Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected,
Dixerbot says,
I'm about to go
Welcome.
live, you know
Stream
what I
starts in
mean.
5
Got
minutes.
high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
T minus 4 minutes.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live.
Stream about to start. 1 minute left.
High expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
Hi. So, why does this one pop back here? Yeah, so YouTube chat, when you have it as a window here in OBS, it's kind of funny. So, yeah, I think it's become a tiny bit better. So this is just Twitter chat works fine, you know. Always it's YouTube. Several times now, we said we should fix stuff right on stream, and I'm still a bit sick, so let's get some stuff done. On the list we have YouTube auto messages, YouTube TTS to the normal one. I don't think we can fix that today because it's not on me. Fix spam messages, or rather I'll have to ask someone. Rubber control for YouTube chat on screen. We tried one, but it wasn't good, so. And yesterday I added to lurk and unlurk because someone used those, you know, and they're kind of common. And I know I already have on the list, like, we should have hugs and stuff, right? I don't have any of that. Also, I have a lot of videos that are like, yeah, I've thought I'd add them to the stream. We'll see. Maybe we'll just end up doing the normal hacking stuff anyway, because I'm tired and that's easier. Right? So we have streamer bots that's controlling the stream. A few streams ago, we changed the robot controls. Let's actually use my script to back up all the code. And one of the bits, I just restarted the computer. One of the things that wouldn't start before was actually code. I claimed to be open. I could have just shut it down anyway, you know, but I thought, why not a clean restart? So, but we had two crashes on yesterday's stream. Let's go for the obsidian one. So it recognizes all the Git repositories and finds, you know, where we have new stuff and things like that automatically. But what we're looking for now, I think it might be under programming. Let's see, is it here? Streaming bot scripts? Yeah. So if we run the streamer bot code backup here, I'll just F5. Right, and we're in Obsidian now. So I would like to tell it not to do that because I want it to stay here. So today it is the 9th August. It's 14:08-ish. Yeah, and I'm late streaming because I'm a bit sick still, so I'm just doing it. Anyway, we have a lot of scripts in here. A lot of these are the left, right, those move ones, because I'm going to delete them actually now from stream, but I thought it would be nice to have a backup. So let's just delete these. Always take a backup before you delete stuff, you know, because you might change your mind. So we could just add them back now if we wanted to, because the code here is saved. Though I don't see any reason I would do this, but you never know. Down, forward. So I made one out of them all instead, called move. We did it on stream. So open the robot arms claw there. And by the way, I got a package yesterday with stuff from AliExpress that we ordered on stream. So all of it didn't come. Oh, this is the same thing. 2 different bags. So these are just cables. Let's see. So we have this kind of easy to grab stuff. Yeah, they're the same. I thought it would be kind of odd if they were not, and they're supposed to be the same length too, right? So we can just connect these to the multimeter instead. Kind of nicer than having to try and hold them, you know, little big ones. We could also use them for the power supply that I'm intending to build and connect to stuff, because we will have banana connectors on that. Yeah, we want to delete open and right and up. So I'm kind of thinking, let's do like the stuff that I usually don't do, right? Right, so now we have all the commands connected here to this code instead. And since we have different messages, it's a switch, but I at first I made a one line for it all, but the messages won't work, so we can delete these lines. It's old, so why keep it around? And we have the backup of the code there. Also, here is the error messages. For example, when the Bluetooth connection times out, we get error messages in chat, and we don't really need that. So, but we can keep this as a comment in case we ever want it again. Well, I guess that's it for this one. So let's just compile and save and compile. We just delete comments, we don't need to test it. What's this? So I'm thinking, why not clean stuff out a bit so we don't have so much old stuff? Yeah, I had an automatic mute, but it stopped working when I started using another mic too. But I think I stopped using the other mic, so we could enable this again. So yeah, we can enable this one. So this is in case I mute myself, enabled. So if we move this so I can see, so if when I click the screen, that's what this one does. So it is enabled again because I was using this other mic too. It said muted all the time, you know, when I was using the other mic. But when my Bluetooth antenna died, it kinda stopped working. The mic functionality, also the Bluetooth is not as, I mean, I can't make food in the kitchen now and still talk to chat. I'll have to get a new antenna for Bluetooth. So I have this tiny USB thing right now instead of a thing with an antenna. I have the window open a bit. Yeah, and this one we'll never use this because it didn't work. So let's shake it out actually. So Twitch ads. So we're using the upcoming. And this one used to be at the same time. Now let's just delete it. It's long time since we used this one. This is not backed up, but we can make it again if we want to. This is in case our normal TTS is not working. We can enable the speaker bot to do TTS for Twitch too, so we can keep that one. So, but I would really like to do it the other way around there, to have YouTube chat in the normal TTS. Alright. Left screen and right screen we're going to keep. This is for Johannes. This is in backup several times. And I won't have this one in use. So we still have it. It's just not active on this. Oh. We can delete this one. Well, let's check what the other ones are. Oh, this was just to test the script. I added several just to test that the script could do it as it's supposed to. And now we don't need to debug that anymore, so delete sub action. There. And this one is disabled. I'm just like, it's nice to have a good place to just copy these from. And I think I'm usually doing it from here. Let's actually copy this code and then delete it. And we're going to use this later, but let's paste it for. I think I have among the automatic ones here. Spam. And this is disabled on this level here. So this is where I was trying to make this work, and this won't compile even, right? Because we have two of the same function with the same stuff, so we're just going to save it. It's not enabled, so it doesn't matter. It's supposed to be saved there, yes. So let's just check what else we have disabled. Discord test. Right. There might be my code in there. This is test 2. What could this be? We can delete this. There's nothing there even. Test. Oh, right. I was testing to run methods. Right. So, as this one actually is enabled, but it's just a test, so we can delete this. Why does it keep hopping to the top? Start stuff. Yeah, I won't use this anymore. So I could use it to start all the applications, but I prefer to start them myself. Yeah, let's just delete it. That would remove the category 2. Here are the timer messages. which are of course also automatic like these. Discord test. Yeah, let's go to virtual camera. Right, so you can't see what I'm doing when I click it. Yeah, as I thought, the entire thing was not there, but it might have been. I'm using a variable, so we can hop back. Let's actually start using the here. Come on. Oh well, I'll do it myself then. So, I'm using a variable. I don't want the webhook URL here to be in plain text on stream. That would be kind of a lot of messages to my Discord, possibly, because that's all it can do. I think we can delete this one. Yeah, we can. So let's just delete it. Why hop down? I don't know. OBS raw test. Scene list, and I tried to do the same with code, and I think that worked. The question is this a place to have it? I guess I should have actually notes in my Obsidian for streamer, but right, I don't. Why don't I? So we were come on, disappear there. So we were doing no, come on, the phone control doesn't work. I can see OBS. So now it hopped. There, now it works. So we were doing buffer overflow nodes. Yeah. But today, let's actually we have it open twice even. Let's go for OBS. I don't have any notes on that. On streaming stuff, right? Do we want this public or private? Really, the scripts that we just looked at in code, they should be in there too. They shouldn't be in programming, but programming should be like just learning programming stuff, right? So if we make a new folder called streaming, so this is now streaming knowledge, it is not like my streams and stuff. And here we want a new folder for OBS, and we want one for StreamerBot. So, and in the StreamerBot one, we're going to put the script. So we just run StreamerBot scripts. It's more logical to have it actually here. Now we have also, here is my backup, you know. Though the backups are not synced to the repo, I'm kind of sure. Yeah, and this is a specific other repo too. Do we dare to just move this here? I think it will take all the files. So this will need an update now. And code will have gone like, what happened? Yeah, the file doesn't exist anymore. So now it is instead in streaming. StreamerBot. Streambot scripts. So this one, since there are nothing else there. Yeah, and here we can see these are gray. They're not synced to the repo. Now let's close this. I just started it to do that. The backup. Right, I think I take a backup of the file too. I'm not sure now. So raw. To hop back over here, let's make a streamer bug note on raw. So it's actually OBS raw, right? So one way to do it is to have a OBS raw like this, and we don't have ShareX up. I'm curious, did stream ever crash when I don't have ShareX up? I'm curious to know that. So now if we select this one and we have 4 here, so if we do this, this is like or just adding it here. We do a code, and let me just copy the code instead. And this is C#. I don't know if it can, yeah, it worked with the sharp character. So this is the default comment from OBS, and this is how it looks up here, right? So, but it does the same thing. So now we have this in the notes, so we can delete this one. We don't have to have stuff active in StreamerBot. I mean, all the things we can clean out will... the tiniest thing, you know, but still, cleaning up the stream may make it crash less, right? So test image, I think this is active stuff, right? I should continue this. This actually adds sources and things like that, and I wanted to make like these should be available, these functions. You can make your own DLLs. I might. But this one we'll keep, and test video is similar, I think. Though it's not converted. This one has, let's see, we're using JObject data here, and JSON objects, and here we're just adding strings, and it's very easy to miss a character when you do these, and then you have a lot of trying to find an error. A lot of pluses and stuff to build the JSON. Actually, it's manually, right? So TTS test. Oh, right, so this is just
welcome to the stream.
So we can delete this one. We're actually using it too, so there. Twitch would auto upload. Oh.
Kitty says, thank you, Noiki One Pat.
Hi, welcome in, Nori. I was like, thank you for what? Oh, right, for being welcome. You're welcome, always welcome, Nori. So today is like a random stuff stream. So this is now the test.
Hee, soon as I join I see you test it.
perfect time.
Yeah. Uh, that's actually what I did for the one we deleted before, to say hi to people sending their first message. Maybe you could do it when they join chat, you know? There's actually such a thing, I think. Right, so I have this code up here. Yeah, I just wanted to check. I don't have any. Yeah, this is not finished, and it's not, but we could keep it here. So these are the messages. It says YouTube too. But not this one, which is logical, and not YouTube. So if I do Discord in Discord in Twitch chat, we don't get a message in YouTube, right? There is no message here. So why is this thing here again? Anyway, so the YouTube message here didn't work. Okay, so it's trying to use the bot account. So if we go to platforms, YouTube, account, it says that the bot is connected. Oh. So I can't test this, but I can test trigger release. And I can see that Twitch got the message again, but not YouTube. Let's disable this one for a sec, so we don't get a million one there. So sending this again, nothing. So I'm like looking for YouTube. There. What order is this? I was looking at the end. E after, I don't know what order it is. I would never have used this anyway, you know? And never this, so it's not like how I use them or anything. So send a message to channel. Hello. Let's do test. And let's this time do broadcaster, okay? And we test this again.
Fixit
So
42
that
live says
worked.
test.
Right? So if we change this to bot, and we run this again.
Fixit 42 bot says test.
Okay, so that worked. So I'm just copying this, changing the message in here to this, running it. It doesn't work, so now we know what the problem is. Delete sub-action. I'm deleting the other one. The problem might be a lot of things, but it could be that YouTube would delete a link from a non. Yeah. So it's not that, just to make sure. So if we just set broadcaster here and run it again, we should work, right? So it must be the permissions of the bot account that we need to fix. I have no clue how to do this. So let's find out. So YouTube, permissions, like just get into YouTube, right? I think if we just go to my YouTube channel and look at the stream, I will be like able to click it. So yeah, I started watching this. Oh right. Oh yeah. Cybersecurity is live. He's live on both. So I would have wanted to see this, but for now let's just do what we were supposed to. So channel, noisy kids today. So I would have wanted to see this, but for now let's just there. So if I click this one, add as moderator. So will this be able, make it able to send messages? So we'll see if my stream crashes if we turn on Neil's stream here too. So we can have this in the background. I don't think he will mind, right?
Onto camera a little bit. Cybersecurity, family,
listen
LinkedIn,
a bit
Twitch,
to
YouTube,
this
everywhere
in
else.
the background.
Please put
here.
your hands together in chat for Richa Call, CEO of Compliance. Richa, thank you so very much on behalf of my community for coming and hanging out with me this morning.
So let's see. We have to listen to.
Oh, you're on mute. Oh no! Oh no! We just did this.
I'll actually do this.
Chat,
So
we've got
if
one.
I were
we
stopping stream,
hit
I would
one.
rate him, but I'm not. So I just started.
All right, we'll give
We've
give
just
her a
been
second
doing
to,
for
to go fix
37
the,
minutes, and he
the
started
mic
16 minutes
issue,
ago.
and then come back. It always happens. We always get at
Bad
least one.
timing.
It's all good. It happens. All right, let's see if
So
she's back. Let's see if she's back.
he kinda said what time
I
he
am
would
back. Can you hear me now?
Got you.
right?
Okay. No
Oh, they're
idea
having
why
technical
that happened.
difficulties.
So sorry about
So
that. I was saying.
Madam
now
Fabulous
we'll
says,
see if it works.
GMGM.
Hi.
We do have a
Good
question in
morning.
chat about tea, so this is probably a pretty good opportunity to
And I'm always like,
to
what
kind of push that
what should I
question up on
call
screen.
you
What
now?
kind of tea are you drinking?
Right.
I am a classic. I drink English breakfast tea every morning.
So
I
we
can't
we
get on the
have
chai tea
Neil in the
latte,
background here.
Spin that's
Oh,
going on right now.
cyber insecurity.
Really? I've always loved chai. Like
Let's
I've
see.
got, like,
I
different
just
flavors of
realized
chai.
when I
Low
was
Cipher is
fixing.
fine too.
It's
Yes,
like a midnight
Cypher.
tiger chai that's got like some really weird herbs.
Yeah, yeah. Right.
Well, I'm a
Nori, should I make
I'm a
you my
traditionalist
bun?
when it comes to my tea.
Good.
You
Good.
Highness
All right,
works
let me
as
brag
well.
about you really quick, 'cause I always brag about myself.
Yeah.
You have got an amazing,
Oh, you should go to
amazing
Johanna's
history, right?
stream.
You were,
That's,
former consultant at McKinsey. For those who don't know what McKinsey is, like I talk about the big four being EY, Deloitte, and
Right, so are you
PwC,
streaming,
PwC.
Cypher? Do you
At
stream?
Noriko
And some of
Neko.
those other
Translated
consulting
from
Do you stream?
Japanese.
I will give you a
think of
shout
they
out if you're
transcend
streaming.
the big four and
So
they're
we're
kind of
working on
above the
stream
big
stuff
four.
today. That's
And
why
so,
we have
I always
OBS
give
up in the
McKinsey
background,
consultants a
and we're
little,
going to
little credit,
test
thinking
this
that they're
message
better than the
now.
rest of us in the big four space. But
So if we
McKinsey's a big
change
deal.
here to
McKinsey's
the
got a
bot
lot of
account
I have done
again.
it a little.
And so
Oh,
she
sure.
puts the time there with
I'll
McKinsey. So
shout you
hats
out.
off to you for doing the due diligence with the consulting world.
Though
You were a
I
managing
have,
director for
I did
strategic
have a
development.
SO1,
You've
but
been a head of
the
strategy
shout
and
out
a
seemed to
chief
work
strategy
better,
officer
you
for
know.
Contract Pod, and now you're CEO and co-founder of a GRC company. And if I think the first thing that kind of comes to mind
I'm
is
not spelling
Foolish
it
mortals
right.
is my favorite gender neutral form of address though.
Short list of experience. That's what
Fully
definitely
short.
some other people would think as well, Neil. And you're right. You're right. But I think you gotta really just go for what you want.
Yeah.
I really, really believe that. And
What's it-
So I can't
Good,
spell. I
good.
should have copied, right?
and so
Is
I
it
think
right?
that's been kind of my mantra my whole career.
Yeah.
Woo.
I
And
mean,
we'll have to
you
shout
were
out.
obviously Mackenzie, and then you.
I know
quickly
there's a
switched to managing
timeout, right?
director, and then
So
you-
shout
you
out,
had a C, next to your name. And, now
and
you're
of course we have to
co-founder
follow
and
you, right?
and
There,
CEO.
following you.
I have to ask. You seem pretty young.
I hope
in
you're
that
streaming.
role. You
Ty.
seem to,
Hope you'll be streaming.
Kind of grown pretty rapidly over the course of your
So
career. I imagine you
when
had
rough
some
music,
challenging
that's Johannes.
personality types that you had to interact with.
We'll do
Probably
that in a
being
bit.
younger than your
So
peers,
let's
probably
test
being
this
younger
now.
than
If we
some of
test
your,
run this now, test
some of your
trigger.
senior leaders that you've had.
Now, since it's now a moderator,
You know,
it
it's funny
can do
because,
it.
Obviously,
So
I'm
it now
female,
had
I'm
permissions to send
minority,
links.
but
So
I don't think
defaulting
about those
YouTube
things
is
as much
not
as
to
I
send
often
links.
think about my
in.
age. And actually,
That's
my age has
interesting.
been
So
one of the
all of
most
these
difficult
should
things
work,
to
but
almost
we'll have to
handle throughout my
enable it
career.
for.
One of the funniest stories I will tell you is when I
So
was
if
managing
anyone
director at
does
Virginia Economic Development Partnership,
exclamation GitHub, it should also
I
work
had
in
my
both
average age on my
YouTube
team was
and.
about 58, 60, and I
Yeah, and
was
also the timed ones should
24
work
years old.
automatically.
And
Automatically.
on my first day in the office overseeing this team,
Enable.
I walk into the office
There.
after lunch,
So,
and one of my team members had
both
put
GitHub and
printed
Discord
out news
work.
Kitty
article on my
says,
chair that said,
Madam
"How to
Fabulous,
report to
hope
a
you ready for
millennial,"
more
with a
party
smiley
Noiki one
face
cheer.
sticker on it.
Oh wow.
And
Yeah.
I
YouTube,
didn't
sending
even know
YouTube
how to
links to
react. I
YouTube,
didn't
that's
know
like.
who had put
Also,
it on my chair,
Madam
and I had
Fabulous
no
says,
idea
this is
how to
another
react
at
YouTube
to it
Noriko
channel.
on
Neko, that was
day one.
fun.
And so I just decided to embrace it instead. And I just want to say the most important criteria for success
Maybe
for
we
young
should add
executives
this
is
YouTube
really
too, because
gracious
it's another
team members.
YouTube channel.
I really, really believe that.
So on the flip
And
side of that,
maybe I
obviously,
should
one of the questions that I get asked pretty frequently, right, around the age topic,
check
actually
out
surprisingly comes from the other side of the spectrum.
the
of
YouTube
folks who
channels.
feel that they're too old to transition
And
into cyber or to transition into
so what on
generative
earth am I?
change at all.
Have I
Having
copied
been somebody
this
who's been
bit?
on the
Okay,
younger side of
let's
that and
because I have in my
do you
mind I
believe that
shouldn't
our
copy
industry
something
is
because I
one
have
that
something already
where
copied, you
age
know?
plays a huge part into whether you can be successful or whether you can succeed in our industry?
Absolutely not. And I just want to say that it's all about the expertise. And I really do believe that in today's day and age, there's so much content and training readily available for folks
And then
who
we'll
want
have
to
to
pick up
test this.
information security, cybersecurity,
And
GRC topics,
if
and
we
really
copy
get
this
to know them.
message
And I think that's one of the best parts of this industry.
and
actually.
make a
That's
YouTube
awesome.
right in the
Thank you so
middle
very much for saying that.
message
Hopefully everybody else who's been listening
with
to
the
me say it
same
for
from the
years,
bot
4 years now that we've been streaming.
that now
Hears you
is
say that and
mods
takes that
that
away.
can
As a matter of
send
fact, somebody
links.
clipped that and put it up on the internet. Words of wisdom from
And we
a
test
young
send
CEO
this
co-founder.
one.
So
We should get
you're
it
here
on
this morning.
both.
You're joining us this morning. One of the things I really
That's
want to
that's a
dive
bit of a
into and
mess,
talk to you
right?
is-
But
is I really
whatever.
want to pick on
I'll mess
your
with it later too.
expertise around GRC.
Like what
Um,
message do I
you
really
know,
want to send, you know, and how much do I want to spam my
there's a
own
lot
chat
to
with
unpack when
stuff.
it comes to GRC. We've talked about GRC on
Anyway,
the
the
stream.
TTS message
I will
only goes to
self-admit that
Twitch
I had
because
a CISO,
this
or
is
former CISO that
about
was on the stream
the
with me, and we
TTS
kinda called
bot.
GRC the garbage job
with
of
the
cybersecurity
configuration
industry.
stuff.
So hopefully you don't
And
take any offense to
since
that. But there is
for
kind of a
YouTube,
stigma
I'm
that
using
GRC
oh,
isn't a real cybersecurity
I'm
job
using
because it's non-technical, because it just deals with policies and risk and compliance.
speaker bot.
Kitty says,
Debunk that myth just a little bit. Like, why
Did
is
not
there-
play anything I set to, so just freestyle it. Everything is more enjoyable. Noiki one
Great
shake.
question. I
Wasn't
like to make
me.
a couple analogies here. So one is
It was
that
you.
I think of CISOs
It's
and
always
security
you,
teams
Neil.
as kind of the
Just kidding.
people have to come and fight
Um,
fires, right? They come in, the fire comes on, you call them up, and you're like, we need you to come over
So-
here. There's all these things going on, but there's people who set up the fire protection codes, who come and make sure that things are safe.
Yeah, I
So you're
realized
not
I hadn't told
always
you up,
worried
so.
about a fire breaking out every 5 minutes.
Yeah, so what
And
next?
that's
What's
GRC.
next? So we have
They
fixed
do
these.
that
That's actually
unsexy
something that we
job,
could
so that way
cross
people
off
have
here.
a little bit more peace of
So
mind when they're
YouTube
walking in,
auto
and everyone
messages
feels a little
cross
bit
off.
calmer about the
But we want to add
day-to-day.
one actually, because
That's how I
why
like to
not
think
have a
about
Twitch
GRC.
one, right?
And I actually like to think of it, it's like politics.
So
if
for
things are
for
calm,
YouTube,
you don't really need to pay attention to it, and that's the ideal state.
Uh,
that's
think-
sort of where we're at.
I think Ryan Reynolds played in a movie
Oh,
called
well,
The Hitman's
Twitch.
Bodyguard, where he said scoring is always better.
And it's in the group timers.
Exactly. But I think we can make GRC.
And
that's just me.
But if GRC is supposed to put all of these policies and stuff into place,
let's
what good
add
does it
this
do to put policies in place if nobody pays
we
attention?
need to add a timer for it.
That's a really good question, and that's where I think it's not just about
yeah, I need to
policies in place,
remake
it's about
how
awareness
I
and
do
training.
these.
And a lot of GRC
But I
teams
think we
take that
have.
on. They somehow take on a role of at least overseeing or putting the right processes in place to not just throw policies into the abyss, but to actually take up the next mantle of saying, how do you get teams to learn and understand and operate
I think this might work to saving
when it comes to
you
implementing those policies, when it comes
stream
to
title,
kind
but
of
I'm not
playing
sure.
that
I think it might not too.
Policeman or
And this one
firefighter
actually
or,
usually is
code
here,
developer
right?
in the sense of like, this type of enforcement regulation type of thing inside of enterprises, it's
Commands?
hard to get buy-in.
Yeah, so
from
we
the
want to
entirety
make
of the
a
business unit.
command.
I can remember my days at Abbott.
That is
we had 7 different business
Twitch.
units, and we tried
So,
very hard to put a policy in place that was specific enough to stop threats or to hedge
Twitch.
risk, but also general enough to where it could be applied to
And
7
the tab order
vastly
is
different
so funny.
business
You hop to
units.
this one,
How
and then you hop like here.
complicated is it?
No,
I know
there.
we talk
You
about,
can't
like,
get
that's
to
what
the
they should be
one,
doing, but
this
let's talk
one
about,
where
like,
you
how
probably would want to.
realistically complicated it is
If you don't
to
hop
get
like
consensus to get
backwards,
buy-in and
if you
get
start
implementation
or
across the
something.
enterprise when it comes to these policies.
It's not worth it. You have to click.
Totally agree, and it's something.
So
it's a
if you
real
do
struggle. I
Twitch,
think
and
the
we want
best
this to
kind of
work
solution
only
set that I've
in
seen is
YouTube,
having a
right?
company-wide policy and then team-specific procedures, and even that can get really tricky
Also
because it
this
is
YouTube
difficult to
message is
manage
not
all
for
of these
Twitch.
different areas of the business.
This is
really
what
do
I was
believe
going to
that,
add
there's
to
this
the other
big
commands
chasm,
here.
I
We
think,
want
in too many companies
Discord to
between
work
the
in
GRC
YouTube,
compliance functions and the actual
and
first line of defense business teams that are out there.
GitHub
And
to
the
work
most success
in
that I've
YouTube,
seen in actually implementing GRC
and the
policies
TTS
and
should
really
only
living
work
by them
in
is when there's
Twitch,
actually a close relationship.
and
And it's so funny, Neil,
YouTube
because
should work
we think
in
it could be
both.
process or set
Because
meetings,
it's
but
now
it's not.
two
It's people.
YouTube
It's people
addresses,
talking to
right?
people. And it's, I think you had John Moore on the stream a couple weeks ago or something,
So
and he was
this
talking
one,
about how business-minded CISOs have to become more
everybody can do
technical-minded.
it.
Technical-minded CISOs have to become more
No
business-minded.
permissions or
I actually
anything.
believe that across the space. So
But
GRC
we
folks
also
have to
need
become more
a
business-minded.
timer, and I'm
Business
like,
folks have to become more
where
GRC-minded.
on earth
And when they
are
do
the
that, they start to
timers?
connect and relate on a level that is much more human. And as simple as it sounds, I think
It's
that is
not
what is
voice
the most
control. Why do
successful.
I even click
I think
everything?
that that's really key because I can
Because
laugh
this
as you
is
say,
a
like, GRC
mess.
folks need to become more human. And it's not a far line between GRC and
Timed
internal audit.
actions.
And I can remember
So
dealing
this
with a lot of
messy
internal
place.
audit
Can I
folks,
drag
and
these
this is
tabs too?
obviously, before the AI,
Not
training
too
kind of picked up. And I
far.
was like, man, these guys are like working with robots. There's like zero
Oh
personality
well.
to these people
Let's
whatsoever.
actually drag this tab though.
And you know
Past
what?
all
On
the
the flip
ones I
side,
never
what they're saying
use.
about you, not you necessarily, but what they're saying is,
And the voice
I have
control we are
sent
not
this
really
request
using
7
anymore. But
times
it can
and
be
no one
here.
has responded to
I
it.
always
They
drag
have to
these by
become robots
mistake.
because they're tired of being
Integrations.
ignored. So I have to stick up for
Have
my
we ever
internal
used
audit
this
people
tab?
because I
Let's
feel
drag
for
it
them as well.
away
No,
a bit.
I don't. I make no presumptions
In
about
settings,
how
we
easy or
have
hard it is to
timed
deal with internal audit.
actions.
Everybody hates you. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
And
Like,
we want
like
another
whenever an internal
timer.
audit
I
request
have
did come
had
through, it
them
was like,
like
oh god, not again. We had an entire team set up at Abbott where it was like, when the internal audit sent a request, there was one person who received it, and it was almost like her job was to
So I want
stand up a
YouTube
tiger
people
team
to
of like, okay,
find
who are all
out
the SMEs
about
that I need inside the CISO organization
So,
to respond to this
find
internal
out
audit
about
request.
Twitch,
And it was just like
and hopefully
it was almost like we had
over
to
there.
strategize a
So we'll say
counteroffensive
something
to
nice
some
like
type of
there are
incursion
more
whenever internal audit would come
stuff.
through.
I get that, and don't forget, they know that you're doing it, and they know exactly how people feel about
They
that.
should
So
all
that's why
be
I always
like-
say, let's give some love to our internal audit folks who have to do this. But if everyone becomes more human,
More
it works out. Because then
often.
I call you and I say, hey Neil, how's golf going right now?
Yeah.
By the way, can you send me this piece of evidence? Anyway, when's your next golf game? And
Right.
things change. Sounds silly, but it matters.
For my new folks in the chat, we call that a compliment sandwich. Where it's leaded by a compliment with a request and then a compliment there at the end. That's the political correct technique for what she just did there. No, that's awesome, and I do talk heavily
yeah,
about,
you have to check this to
we have
get
a problem in cyber.
to
especially on our technical folks. So all my technical folks who are listening across the stream,
There.
right? You're going to
So it randomizes how often it's sent a bit.
this business and this people talk. They're like, no, I just want to be a
So
nerd.
how
I
are
just wanna
these
play on my
sorted?
keyboard. I just want to write my code. I don't want to talk about. I don't want to talk to
Not at
people. I
all.
don't want to understand business or anything like that. But it
Well,
sounds
that's
like from your
hopeless, I
perspective,
guess.
like
Can't
those
sort in
successful
any way.
GRC teams and ultimately the successful
Can you
security
write?
organizations
No.
are the
I'm
ones
just
that have
curious
kind
how
of
this
mastered that
works,
ability
this
to
program, you know?
almost treat their function as a service and be able to talk with their peers in an organization.
Yeah, so
And great point that you were just saying, treat their function as a service. Some of the
I'm kind of thinking it's bad of me to have his audio on stream, so I turned it on. So, well, we'll need to add 2 triggers, one command, let's switch. And these are sorted. And then we're going to add a timer, and it's not here. Is that a core thing? Timed actions. So I did actually add it here now. And that is also called Twitch. So now it will go for both. We will also need to add a message, and we just want YouTube this time. So I'll just copy this sub action and add it here. And we'll just have to add the text. So why not check out the Twitch stream?
Agent 57 says, hack the
Hi.
plan.
Welcome back. Twitch has lower delay and more features. So YouTube will like bonk my head when I do this, right? Don't do it. We'll see what they say. Oh, so we got an actual message there. It's kind of long. I guess we're hacking YouTube now. And then we need, of course, the URL for Twitch. Will they get mad? Yeah, let's do that shout out. You can't miss. That's a fun stream. I know you were in there once, Nori. That you have to check out. On the theme of Your Highness there, he says, oh, but if you don't know how to pronounce my name, Johannes, it's like Your Highness. So that's why I thought of him. So, in Cypher's fault, I shouted him. So, fun music stream. I think he does Wednesdays, Mondays and Wednesdays now. So, like Swedish evening time, because he's Swedish. Yeah, so we'll have to do it here. Twitch.
Fixit42 Live says. Twitch.
Oh, We'll have to fix this. You shouldn't read that. And we got the message. And there should also be a timer on it. Though
Kitty
I
says,
see that my icon
Twitch.
is bad here. Yeah. So this command won't work in Twitch chat. And we'll need to fix something, which is let's take the opportunity to do it. So Twitch, YouTube chat message, execute code, and it removes. These are just people who said bad things, so that's why they're in there. So we're just going to add a if here, and let's put a exclamation mark. So if it's a command, we don't want it to read either. So it just exits, and if it returns false, it will not do the next thing here, or anything more, I think. So it has to return true for this to be done. So that's how easy that is. This one we can just delete because we're not sending the messages to Twitch anymore, which I did before, to get them read by the TTS. So I'm like, why is delete so far down in the list? There. Now we should be able to do again here a command. Let's do YouTube this time. And don't forget to check out the YouTube channels, and one of them they're at here, but this one should work here too. Maybe I should change the text there. Hi all. YouTube should work here too, and it sends to both, right? Both of them sends to both. And if we do normal messages,
Fixit says, test.
Fixit42 live says test.
so it's different TTS that reads them, and you can configure this one, which is nice. And if we do TTS here, it should only work on this side. There's another TTS here, so if we do TTS here, we won't get anything because it doesn't exist. I'm hoping to use the normal TTS for this too. So what else do we need to do? Alright, you can't really read chat because it's on top of my chat, right? We could have done like this. I think it's still a mess, right? Whatever. If you really wanted to read it, you could read it, right? Yeah. I'm thinking we should make our own chat thingy. And I was like, oh, I'll have to go into and do stuff and mess about with the code of things. But then I thought, like, well, we have the messages, right? We can just make our own file with the messages. We're sending them to the TTS. We could send them also to just, you know, the file. Maybe. Let's see. Yeah, so this thing we can't do now. Yes, we have YouTube control of the robot. That will be an easy fix because it's just the same as we did before here. So I messed up my order here, so I didn't find it. And we can fix these two. We don't need a million. So we can actually do B, F, D, down, U, up, O, open, C, close, and then we have B, back, forward, down, up, open, close, right and left, of course. I'm like, what's left? Right and left, right? And then we just add YouTube 2 here too. And we can, let's start with disabling the rest, right? And test it, meaning it's robot control time, right? So let's get the robot going. So
we're working with these bigger enterprises who
I'll
are
set up
accessing
that.
these smaller companies, and actually what's happening is the opposite. They're pushing them to
Let
get
me
SOC 2, to
recheck
get
that
ISO
one later.
27001, to get some semblance of data security third-party
starting the camera up
attestation,
there.
actually, and so that they can not be breaking with their internal policy at these enterprises. And I'm actually seeing that more and more. You don't know how many clients come to us and say, shoot, we actually have this enterprise client we really want to sign, but we can't sign them until we get SOC 2, until we prove XYZ. And so they come to us. And the fact that that's happening tells me that there's something else going on. And actually, I just want to talk about, that is third-party risk. That is literally third-party risk. Maybe if an enterprise is saying yes to a 15-person company with no IT security, I would bet in today's day and age,
I
it's
didn't
because
start
they've
AVing
assessed
on
that
purpose,
risk.
so
Maybe
I'm
they've
just
said,
starting
hey,
it.
this company has no real personal data. They're just manufacturing some bolts for us. So
There.
it's not too much of a
Yeah,
risk.
and you can
Maybe
see
they say, you know, we've checked their three
this.
controls that matter to us, that they're, you know,
Here are
they're
the
not
new
keeping
cables.
our data. They're not keeping any of our personal
So,
data. They're not
Madam
doing this
Fabulous
because they're
says,
also, you know, just
"Is this a
manufacturing products
podcast?"
for us. We accept this risk. But the
This is
conversation
a
around
Twitch
that
stream from
on
Cyber
risk,
Insecurity.
You know, I have to give you credit. I have to give you
So,
credit
but
because
you can
I've
kind of
had this
call
third-party
it's
risk,
like a
and people have taken
podcast.
the bait from me before, and they've fallen trapped to it. This is
And
really
we
like
have
something, I mean,
we're
I've
supporting
received
Mir, so we
third-party
have
risk.
we have both.
I'm still a
Where the
cynical
other one
guy when it
disappeared.
comes to third-party risk because I think until that
Yeah.
trend,
So
personally,
here's,
this is Neil's
or
opinion,
rather, I
think until
stopped
that
it.
trend becomes the majority,
It's the same thing, I think. Yeah.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I've caught that a couple of times.
Yeah.
Typrin says, "Nice keyboard."
I hope you're right.
Ah,
I do.
thanks.
I hope you're right. I
It's
hope we get to see more and
it's
more of this.
let's see.
I want to pivot us
It's
over
blue.
now because I want to pick on something you said earlier about
And
being
cheek.
more human and having human interactions with,
So
you know, with
here we have
clients,
the
if you will,
robot.
as a GRC team inside a security organization.
So
Talk about AI.
you will have to
Because isn't
debug the
AI
controls
the
now, and we'll have to test on YouTube too, right?
AI, if you look at it at a
So,
superficial
power
level,
up.
may seem like the antithesis of being more human. But in fact, what I think
We
AI
don't need
enables
that.
us to become more human because it unlocks our time back. It actually takes care of the
So
manual
these are
tasks
nice.
that one take up your time. so
They're
you don't
they're
have time
very
to be human,
plasticky.
but also they
They
take
were
up your
cheap
mind space.
AliExpress
And
ones.
once, I mean, just think about your
So-
own life. After you've done a
So I bought
manual
2
job,
of these
task,
bags, and then we have a bag.
just want to ask you.
I want to go out. Yeah. There are lots of things that I probably shouldn't say.
Right,
on stream.
so what you can do now
Do
is
you
to
wanna bang
actually
your head
control
against
the
wall?
robot.
Because I sure do.
And we just
So
changed the
what if you
controls a bit,
instead
but
came
they're
in
up
the
here
morning,
by
you
my
have your
hand.
tea, and
Here you
AI
have the
has done a bunch of
controls.
manual
Kitty
tasks for
says,
you, and you don't have to do
"It's my
those anymore.
friend."
How do you
Yeah.
compared to after
Nari's
you've done a bunch of
friendly.
data entry. I'm gonna
Right,
bet you
let's
feel a lot better.
put something you
So
can pick up
I'm
here,
gonna
right?
channel the entire community across all the platforms and hear them all
So
running and
I
screaming
changed the
as
commands,
as
so
they
it might
are
not work.
literally
We'll see.
saying inside their heads, "See, Neil, AI is
Yeah,
gonna
so
take
it
my
got
job.
the
AI is
moving
gonna take my
Roboton
job.
up.
Richard just said it. AI is gonna take my job.
Oh no, not the ghost.
What have you
I
done?"
hate that thing.
That's not true, because what I'm
Okay,
saying is that it's taken up the manual repetitive tasks, which we
do I have
don't need
anything
people
else
to be
that's
focusing
not
on. What we
heavy?
need people
Oh,
to be
it
focusing
moved.
on is the
It moved.
strategic work that comes
It
after that.
moved.
Let's just keep pressing on third-party risk, because I know it's your
So
favorite
we had a
topic.
bit of
So let's think
time
about
out
this
there.
example. This is one of my favorite examples.
As you can't
Oftentimes
see
big
several
enterprises, they
angles,
send out
let's
as
fix
part of their
that,
third-party
right? So I
management
have
process.
this.
A vendor comes in the door because a business team wants to bring on the
Oh, you're
vendor.
gonna talk about
The
questionnaires,
security
aren't
team.
you?
Part.
I'm going to talk about questionnaires because they are really a
Legs.
great topic for thinking about AI. So a vendor comes in and you have to assess them. What happens today? In today's world, what happens
And
right
let's
now
get my
is
phone.
Core Security Joe is sending
So you can see
over
two
a
angles.
questionnaire via Excel or sometimes Word document over to this third-party vendor, who then responds. They respond in whatever format they please. They miss some questions. They answer whatever. And poor Security Joe has to sit here and read manually through everything. I promise you, those questionnaires go up to 200 questions plus, and it is, we're talking about manual tasks where you want to bang your head against a wall. It is rough, because you're not only checking, oh, wait a second, they've answered this question the wrong way, that creates risk for my business. You're also checking,
let's see.
have they even filled this in right?
Can
I believe this answer? I mean, there's so much other stuff poor Security Joe has to do. And then once he's done with that, he has to go back to the vendor and say, hey, can you re-answer these, please? And then once that's over, let's say it's been 2 weeks now he has to sit down and assess the risk. Now, imagine if he didn't have to do all of those first steps, and he could just sit down and assess the risk and really take the time to understand, is this a real risk for my business? Does this really matter? How can I problem solve with this vendor to try to get them over the hump if we really need to work with them?
So
all of a sudden, there's time for
there's a keyboard in the way and everything.
That's where I just feel that we stop the conversation about AI at level 1. We really need to bring it to level 3.
Should put something white in between there.
So I'm having PTSD as you're talking about these vendor questionnaires because working at a startup, obviously I deal with vendor questionnaires pretty frequently, and I am Security Joe who has to complete said questionnaire and send it back. And
Did I put it back?
PTSD. I'm really trying very hard to stifle that desire to want to cry right here on stream.
Can
you moved me
Noiki
one
I think
Angie.
that there's value in the low-level automation.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Nori. I'm so sorry.
Best way to put it. But that doesn't sound advanced. That doesn't sound like when you hear people talk about all these, advancements that we see and all these moving, the way that AI is going to innovate cybersecurity.
Yeah, I think those two
got,
images will kind of
EDRs
help.
and the network devices out there saying like, oh, we're going to do
And the error message is gone
AI-enabled
now, so
detection and
sometimes it
response.
takes
You're
time
talking
because
about
there are
just, like,
actually
automating questionnaires. Like,
He's very slow to
how
respond
do
this
you
time.
Bluetooth
defend,
connection.
like, the
Yeah, it's a
sexiness
Bluetooth.
around
I need to get a
AI
new
when all you're
Bluetooth
doing is
antenna
just
that's better
automating
signal.
answering questionnaires? Why can't I just get like a
Let's move it.
an RPA or something like that, just to like have a canned statement?
So it's on the other side of the screen here.
There's a few
No.
ways to answer this question. So
Here it
one
is.
of them is that, of course,
So
this
now
is
it's
just an example,
closer.
right? I'm giving one
Bluetooth
specific
is over
workflow
here
AI
now,
just to make
kinda
it real and
close.
talk about how it really affects that manual workflow. There's
Not
a
on the
lot
other side of the
AI out
screen
there
with
in
metal
the
and stuff.
GRC and security space, which is very specific to, I'm going to say, sexier problems, since we've been using that word.
So the
And
Bluetooth
it's
board
very
is
flashy.
here.
It's
So
very,
this is like
very,
this
very
antenna.
intelligent. It's going to change the game. And I think that it doesn't change the principle of the example that I gave, which again is just one small example of one
Come on,
workflow in a
robot.
sea of workflows that GRC and security teams
Do you
deal
want
with
the
every
error
single day.
messages that
But
it's timing out?
output is still the same. When you are thinking about
And back to
you know,
left, not
detection
up.
and response,
Back to
right?
left.
How many
Because
kind
that's
of
stronger.
false positives do
The servos
CISOs
are
have
not
to deal
that
with all the
strong.
time right now? So many. And they have to spend the time reviewing those to get to a point where they can say it's a false positive.
Right,
And
Mrs.
sure,
Ghost,
they can
get
still
here.
do that if they want to. But again, going back to the strategic work comes after some of that. The strategic work comes in actually battling the real battles. the real
So I kind of
process.
feel bad to have his audio on. Turn it off again. Sorry for going back and forth there. I'm just realizing it will be like on the audio forever, right? So it's not my content, so I better not have it there. Come on now, come on now. Yeah, back. Nice. It's definitely a lot of the ground there. So yeah, so what are you gonna do it? You gonna throw it at me, Nori? We'll see if it resets, if it's heavy. Sometimes it resets, you know. But now it is connected to its own power, not my computer. It's just a phone charger that's powering it. Oh yeah, you can throw it off the table there.
Here, take gift Noiki one hug.
Oh, thank you. Can you give it to me then? Yeah, thank you. So we have confirmed that the new commands work, so we can delete the old ones. Ah, I dropped it. There. Thank you. Thank you for testing, Nori. So, maybe I should make a reset command for it. Ooh. Yeah, I think that's it, right? Let's.
Yes, maybe just add. Reset.
Yeah, should we do that? We could do that. Let's keep it up. I'll just get my phone to its charger here. Oh, the motor is running. I have to click the reset button or it will break. So it might be that it tried to open the claws more than it can actually do it, so. So if we disconnect power, then I can move these. But as you can see, I can move a lot without moving the servo, because the arm doesn't move a lot in angle for this movement. So 100 is very much for this servo. Open close.
Can set power to 0 to 100 knot degrees?
It's 0 to 180. But this servo is connected like this. So it's just using a tiny bit of its angle. So 100 degrees would be more than, more than 90 degrees, and it's just using this tiny bit here too. I can't even move it. It should be able to move like this when it's not on. So I turned the power off there, so
Okay, so more 30 or so.
to do a reset command, we would have to change the code in there. So I'm thinking we'll probably not do that today. Let's fix the rest of stream stuff first, at least. So my Bluetooth is here now. We'll see if that's better. Right. So where's that notepad? Here, we can look at the notepad. Or we just hop back. Let's actually close the app that does the... If you close the Irian app here, here you can see how I power this on. Just by that. Then the apps will... that app will kind of be dormant and not take 1,000,000 power and not overheat the phone until we need it again. So fix spam messages is my next point here on this. But first we can delete all of these now. So can I drag this? No. So set group to known and delete the robot arm. That must be the most efficient one, right? Then we can do... This is not backward anymore, this is robot arm. And... well, I guess it can be there in known. It doesn't have a group anymore. It's all alone. Though, these should really be... we have remote here. These are connected to remote. Though I haven't used these forever. I'm not using recording anymore at all. We have a THM one. I don't think we're using that. You could try. Yeah, this is like the first I made. You can say hi. So if you do exclamation hi, it says hi. I hope you like this tree. We could remove that one, right? What's this? Back. Oh, right. These are for voice control, I think. I'm back. I'm just thinking, is there anything else that we can fix here first before we go to the next? So these, we cleaned out here. These are switching screens. I can enable commands so you can do that, you know, but they're disabled now. Yeah, I think it's time. It's time to go to the spam one here. We just... oh, right. So this will start sending crazy lot of messages to Twitch chat. If we let it. Because it... I was debugging why it didn't work. Now I have another code here. So let's get this old one here, and let's delete this so it's actually functional command, and I'll put the old one after the return here. If message contains sheep, delete chat message. You know, the sheep viewers at messages, you know, that I get sometimes. That was the... that was the start reason for that. Yeah, so we have double. So let's just save and compile that one, and I thought I had something else. So was it the YouTube chat messages? So here I'm looking at the chat messages, and this works. So this might be a better example of code, since I am actually looking at the start of the messages and it works here. I don't remember what the problem with the other one was, but spam, and I keep double clicking there. So main code goes here, we can delete that. So this is the code that comes from the YouTube one. Right. So if we compile this, it will go crazy because it doesn't work, and that's totally fine because I just want to test run this to have output here of this one. It's not even enabled.
Vroom.
Room. Yes, as you can see, it also runs every time there's a chat message, so I wouldn't really have needed that. But I think we can actually move this window while this one is up, which is kind of the only place that this can have two things open. We need to have this disabled when we do it, since it's activated with every chat message, even the automatic ones, I think. So, well, of course it must be. So, init code here. Dispose code here. Oh, right. So, I have made stuff. This was one of my first tests. So, I'm going to actually copy this, and then we're going to hop over to the notes we just started making here for StreamerBot, and let's make a new note, and let's do a C#. I can't do code structure. That's very annoying. And we just want the base here now. So, main code here. Right. I do think I have notes on a bit of this somewhere. Somewhere. So this is what these functions are not actually there usually. So we're going to delete them here. They're not needed for anything. It was just when I was learning it, I was checking out how it works. So do we have a string user for Twitch messages? So I can't scroll this window or anything while this is up. This is StreamerBot. It's a mess. So we will have to save, and then I can scroll this to see if there's a user. There's a user. Okay, then we'll have to go back into the code. What else do we use? Message. Is message in here? They're not sorted on letters. So let's cancel this. MSG ID message. So we have message. This is a test of whisper. No, I don't think so. It's a chat message. And we have a user. So those are the same. Let's just... so annoying. Let's make this a bit bigger at least. And let's go back in here again. So user and message should work the same. So if we just put sheep here, they say sheep viewers on, you know. This should make it not. Well, we'll add other code. And remove the return false. And we can also have like set usernames here. So if the poor users with these names happens to hop into chat, something will happen. We haven't decided what yet. But I'm kind of thinking sometimes you might want also in YouTube chat to remove stuff, right? So let's compare this to my other code. It was like message is test, and this worked, I think, right? And this is how I test started with commands. So this works too. So let's have this as an example left here. Something that works. So get command input. We don't have any command input here. Then we have message again, because it's the same, of course. And I just log info. Yeah, right. We might want to log stuff. That's reasonable. We might want to log stuff here. We don't need to return trues. Here we have also message, and this is message ID, and I think that is what started giving us problems. Right, so that's the sheep and the contains probably worked. It's the next step that gave us problems. So let's just make a test. And I guess we will cph dot what if we do chat message. I know that OBS popped up everything. I don't remember all the functions names. So if you see what I'm looking for, just sending a message. Send a message. So we don't need this bit, we just need well, yup, found it. Because I don't want to say the word again. Now we have starts with, but I want to test different things. So I missed the semicolon. There, save and compile. Now I'm activating this code and we will see what happens to chat. So let's enable this and say test in chat. And then we do
Fix it says
cheap
test.
test. Test
Sheep
yes,
swoot.
okay.
Fixerbot says
Yup, found it.
So it's supposed to delete this message now, and this is the problem. But first, let's use the other test. So let's do contains. And so found it again. And I can't do Control S, which is annoying, but I do it automatically anyway. So test sheep.
Yup, found it again.
Fix it says
So that one was first.
sheep.
Testing another thing. Sheep.
Testing
So,
another thing
Now we
cheap.
find it only with this one if it's further into the string, which is all correct. All correct. So so we can skip the starts with, or this one, whichever we want. First, let's make it like yes. Yes, vill du ha lite mer mat? Okej. Så, jag kommer... So my kid called. So what I'm assuming to be the problem is getting this ID. But we'll find it somehow. I'll be right back. Följ med ner istället då, det är bättre du visar mig hur mycket du menar. So, need to help my kid a bit. So, let's see. Weather. We could just change that. So anyway, I think that if I delete these two and compile this, it won't work. So let's do the same test again. Test. And
Test.
test sheep, and with a capital C there.
Test
It
sheep.
worked. Nice.
Fixerbot says.
So
Yep,
we have
found it again.
one more step. And let's actually remove this thing. First of all, message ID here. Yeah, so this one is working. Message ID, which is just the ID. And I was just going to find it in here. So MSG ID. So sorting them would be nice. There it is, MSG ID. So we can close this one. Right, so let's actually search for this bit, right? I'm googling. Let's open a new Firefox that doesn't have stuff in it. Deleting a single message on Twitch. So this is obviously not what we're looking for. Let's do streamer.bot too, right? And just pasting it here. Twitch delete chat message. Twitch delete chat message is this one that we're testing. And parameters is the message ID, and this is not required. And this is how we would run it. CPH, Twitch delete chat message, message ID. And I would assume that the format of this message ID, it's a string here, right? So it's nothing else than a string. A simple string. Right? And we put it in a string, the message ID. And if this just works, I will just faint, you know. Let's actually not use this one, but let's just, after we found it again that we just used here, right? You found it again. We're just putting Twitch delete chat message, message ID. And I just call it MSG ID. So let's actually use this name. Why not? Right, message ID, nice. We're using its default demo example exactly as it is. Right, so if we get Yup found it again, then it will delete the message. So it should delete test sheep if we do that again. And saving and compiling, and test goes through, nothing, no problem. Test sheep. Found it again, but the message has not been deleted, has it? And then
Fix
it
It
finds it
says,
with both.
sheep. Fixerbot says,
Yep, found it.
So the TTS didn't read the before ones?
Fix
I'm like,
It says,
what?
test.
Yep, found it again, was Levenstein last time. Okay. And my test too. Okie dokie. So that's logical. I'm thinking like, did I charge my other air things? So we did this as a main account. We should have permissions. By the way, let's actually open up here. So let's open up Firefox and delete chat message. This is exactly what we do. Let's try the reply, right? And here we have two parameters that are required. Look, here they're doing args message ID instead. So false here. This one actually says a bit more, which is nice. So here we can see this is a string, this is a string, and this is a bool. And in the previous one, yeah, so let's do false instead. On purpose. Maybe this is because we don't have permissions and it's defaulting to the bot. That could be it. So let's see. Yeah, so it sometimes it wants capitals in here in streamer, but not in C#. It's odd. It's what did I click? Here. So it does false with capitals ones. Sometimes it's odd. So let's see now. If we go back here and we test again. Test sheep message. It was
Test
deleted.
sheep message.
So it was the permissions that it was used.
Found it again.
It used by default this. That's why the bot account. then the problem is solved, which is nice. Always nice. So let's just make this the way we want it. We don't need this. And we can put these together. User message to message ID. User will only be used here, right? So Twitch delete chat message. Log info, right? If we wanted to log, we can do that. But I did also log by sending to discard. So I'm kind of thinking starts with is good enough, or rather contains is good enough. We don't need that. It's good enough. The only thing we could possibly add here is to have it not case sensitive. And how is the usual text of them? Let's see if this, you know, sheep shouldn't be alone, right? Sheep adds at. I think that's the one they say usually. Yes, Kuban. Okay, I fix it there. So it wants me to help him with a tiny thing again. Yeah, so let's actually make this a comment and hope that we never use it, right? So if we ever get a user that sends messages we don't want, we can just add them here and they will be deleted. And that's kind of it. Sheep messages at, we should never have to see those again. Message removed. And let's actually put that after. Right? So this is just a signal to me that it worked, right? So it's just a false to not use the body count. It's a bit funny to use the body count as default. And I tried to Ctrl S again. So anyway, we're done with this. Yeah. Let's make it the last test. So now we can do sheep. Because it's not tested anymore.
Fixit says.
But sheep.
Sheep.
I think it's users. What is it? I did anyway. Adds at. But it's not adds at. But it will be
Sheep
deleted.
adds at. Fixerbot says.
Message removed.
Was the message actually removed? No. Was it? So I can see all the messages all the time, so... Yeah. So it's crossed out when I look in another chat. Because here it's not, you know? Good. You can see it. And we get the feedback message removed. That's good. So, what does the messages actually say? I think I might have it in my notes. But it's probably now in the private section. So it was kind of a long time since I used these notes at all. And this is nothing secret on here, I think, either. It's just error message I got. Just not interesting for other people. To do? Yes? Men varför hämtar du inte själv Bubbelöv? Okej. I'll be right back. Vattnet måste ju smaka samma sak när du gör som jag gör. Vattnet måste ju smaka samma när du gör som jag gör. Det borde smaka samma sak. Yes. Nej. Du kan göra det själv, gubben. Du kan börja ner dig själv. So, what was this? Oh right, someone suggested this thing. I don't know why I would want to do that. So I'm just looking for the... let's actually search for sheeper. Sheep. So it's so long since I used this. I have a start. This before stream checklist. I haven't looked at it in forever. Oh my. Yeah, so there wasn't much here. All right. University studies there. I wonder if I got a reply to a mail I sent to someone. So I'm sure that somewhere I just got another suggestion for a game from my hubby, but I'm like, I don't want to. So I get like, why? So I don't want to spend my time playing games when I can do more useful stuff, right? So I have some spam. Oh well, let's just quickly look. Whatever. I'll close this for now. Let's close the private notes too. So next time I get a message, I will just add it, you know. Robot controls YouTube fixed. We didn't test them though on YouTube. Lurk and unlurk commands. What do you think? What should it say? Should we have some funny messages? Or just let's see now. We have automatic messages here now on YouTube, which was one of the things. So, lurk and unlurk commands. So let's just add lurk. Lurk. Yeah, and I'm thinking I think the command is sent in there. We'll make it like an if what it is. And lurk. And let's make something here. We have commands here. Let's make a lurk and unlurk. So I'm starting to put them more together, right? It's nicer. So it's a command lurk. We don't want to have a million commands if we can avoid it too, right? And then we just use code to fix it all. So my favorite is C#. No, why couldn't it? How could it possibly do that? Alright. So first we need to get the information again. So let's just prettify it a bit there, right? If it won't compile, of course. We just an if. So I'm just going to copy the and then we have lurk. So this is a message too, you know? Everything is messages. We could just put it all in one big code bit instead. What was that sound? Comments. Lurk and unlurk. Let's just add this before. Now we want the user and the message. I'm curious if it's message. So if something, let's just save it and test trigger this and see what it looks like. So we have the command is lurk. We have it is a message. Yeah, we'll have to do an actual, so lurk. Lurk, testing. And this one will have more stuff, right? Command name. We need command name. Let's put this off to the side and use it. We can actually have several things up. Now we can see all the variables too. Lurk and lurk code. And let's see, it's the command name. So instead of message ID, let's do command name. And so if the command name is lurk. Well, it's always lurk. That's a problem. See, I see it's, you know, the capitalized version. Yeah, command. We want command. That's what we want, not command name. If command is lurk, there. And we could have an else if. So I'm just moving this to the top because it's the first, highest like level, most important. So if it's a lurk, we want to send a message, and if it's not a lurk, we want to send a message. If it's an unlurk. So cph dot send message. Send message. So we don't need the bot bit. Welcome back. And thanks for working or something. I don't know. Let's just do welcome back. User, right? User name. User is the nicely printed name, and username is the not so nicely, just opposite of command and command name, right? Anyway, it's user that we have here. Welcome back, user. And of course, if this is all we do and we don't need these, so let's just not be overdoing it, and we'll do the same here, right? So we can even delete that one because we're copying this one, and this is where we want the message to. So let's actually start with a name here. Yeah, right. So here we want an F. So F and that messes it up for me all the time. If message is not nothing. Let's actually add these here. Just. Oh no! And of course, it added the end automatically. I don't want it to. So, if message else. So. So, thanks for the lark. And if they're larks doing it doesn't have to be very nice. I just want to like not on nothing. Well, then let's add the message there. Right, whatever. So we can make it more fun later. It's not that fun now, right? So, line 12. Oh. I didn't fix the name there. So, and how many semicolons did we miss? All of the copied lines. When I copied it, I didn't add a semicolon. So, save and compile. Right? So now we can do lark. Test. So, first of all, did we actually get anything in the queue? So we have lark and unlark here. It was lark, the message. Is there a message? There is no message. That explains it. Then it's an argument instead. So where do we use an argument? So, like, we can do the robot arm move, for example. Let's just copy the line here to get the argument. So, I'm like, where are you, commands? So, we don't have a message. We have a user, but don't have a message, right? I hope we have a user. Um, so let's just check what on earth I copied here. If it contains key input 0, make it 2 string. So I'm hungry. It annoys me. I'll have to fix that. So I copied the robot arm. Let's see, so we there and there. So if I click here, so yeah. So that's why. That wasn't useful. We like missed one of the lines there. Yeah, we can use this. We just have to. We can't use it. No, let's just skip this and go for one that actually uses a string instead. Where do I do that? We can just change the code instead. Oh gosh, that's my tummy wanting food. So args to string as usual. I'm just not sure what happens when there is no argument. We will see. So this one won't work. And I want Control S again. Nine. Oh, I forgot the equals. So now let's do a test again. Thanks for the
lurk. Fix it 42.
We need a space in there. And if we do lurk now with, so sometimes you do lurk. Have to go get some food, right?
Thanks for the lurk. Fix it 42. Have a great time. Have.
That didn't work, right? So it only got the first word. Right. So that's what it gets when it's not a message. It's a command. So input 0. This is very annoying because it will make a million of them, right? So if we just okay this and go to check this out, what input was actually there. There's a raw input. There's a raw input escaped and then the URL encoded one. So we can't use the input ones with the separate words. So we just switch to raw input. inhabit or escaped? I guess we do escaped, right? I think we can copy. Oh gosh. So I should have just checked what it was called, as with the other ones. And then I think, no, I can't arrow up. Lark. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Lark. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Thanks for the lurk fix at 42. Have a great time 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. So lurk. And this will be Levenstein. So if we go lark again, and let's do I mean, we could go like lark mode activated. We'll do something more fun later. How to get some lunch.
Thanks for the lurk fix at 42. Have a great time, have to get some lunch.
It sounds a bit off, right? But whatever. So if we do lurk, get doing some food.
Thanks for the lurk fix at 42. Have a great time getting some food.
Then it works better. Also, we might not want to TTS these, do we? Since larks are not, you know, if I only listen to the TTS, I don't see the messages. I can't say, like, anything. So I could just say the thanks for the lark bit, but if they send messages, it's kind of nice to get those into chat too, right? So let's do unlark.
Welcome back, fix at 42.
Yeah, so we have all of those things now, so we can fix this better later. Just a few things there. So then we have another thing done on the list. Lurk and alert. YouTube chat on screen. I'm kind of thinking it's time to actually get some food. Talking about food makes me even more hungry. So what we have already is this chat that I don't really use a lot. Okay, so you can have like that. Go away. Filter events. Alright, this is long ago. I haven't started this in a long time. So I can set the font. Alternate. Invert chat direction. Show timestamps. That would be fun to see. So I can't. It's in the same window. So we can see, no, we can only see times, not the dates. So I think they added dark mode because someone actually wanted bright light mode. That's horrible. We don't want tabs. We don't want times. There, I just want to chat. I don't want any quick actions. Oh, I can remove these. So what I'm thinking is if we can use this one. As chat. So if I were to put this one. So what's this icon? I don't want it there. So this chat, can I get this out of here like a URL? Connected to StreamerBot. I don't want this message here. Whatever. This will be funny.
Fixit
says
42 live says test.
test.
So both TTSs at the same time. This is an okay chat, if I only could get it into my... So... Put... Well, we need still StreamerBot. Chat into OBS. How to set up StreamerBot with OBS Studio. So that was not a good search. Yeah, so I'm thinking after I've eaten, we'll do normal stuff again. So what if we do StreamerBot chat? The StreamerBot chat is not really used a lot, I think. I'll have to ask for what someone uses that does stream to both without any restream or something. So, it's definitely lunchtime. Definitely. So, we were reading this. I'm like, right. Did I have my own stream up? I thought I only had cyber insecurities up here. There. And then not even live. Just because I said I'd ask. Let's see. So we have 2 people, I think, on Twitch and possibly 1 on YouTube. Yeah, I know I'm doing all the stuff. So 2.5 hours of like messing with streamer bot, right? And I don't want to spend too much more of my time on that. So let's actually move this out of the way. This one here, this one over to the side. So we have a few more things fixed. And there's really just 2 things on my list, and I can only fix one of them. And it's time to do real stuff, right? Time to do some real stuff. Right, so this was a very basic one, but we got a link to like number 5, BOF 5 here, buffer overflow 5. And that one was interesting. So I thought it said like read my previous articles first. So I went back and checked what they had before, and this is stuff we already know. Oh, just checking that everything's still up from me messing with streamer button and everything. Yeah, so I'm going to go get some food, and then we'll continue, right? Linus, var du hungrig?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the fact that I haven't found any good information about buffer overflow, like in a perfect format, makes me want to do something. Make something better. I'll be right back again. So I have hard sandwiches with oh my god, hair. It's just mine. Hard sandwiches with roast beef and lemon yogurt with muesli. So what's underneath this plate? Oh, my paper fell. So why? I'm just getting rid of some dry ketchup. So maybe I should change the stream title to buffer overflow. We'll see. I'm like, message on screen, where fix? Yes, I don't know if I'm feeling better or worse than yesterday. It's probably like the same. Well. So, alright. So, my cable got stuck, or rather it fell, that I had there. So, yeah, it's still in the title of random stream, so we've been doing those streaming bits, so let's hop to this now. I did start watching Ellis Red's video too, that we found yesterday, among the others. Although it's 4 hours long, so I haven't finished it, or I haven't really learned anything new yet, but it'll be there. I'm like halfway in the video. Let's take a deeper look at how this happened. Yeah, GDB, we used it 2 days ago, Wednesday, and yesterday we were looking at R2. Do I have that correct? Time flies, right? I got a lot of good notes yesterday anyway. So I'll just hop back in my notes too. And let's go to InfoSec and... Right, the R2 notes are on file exploration. So let's actually move them, because we could definitely explore files. But the thing I used it for the first time, that's annoying, is this listing strings, which is more like file exploration, right? But we can do so many more things here. So it is still connected. I could have written this, whatever. One of my favorite words. Yeah, right. The funny thing is that I used this word when I did something to test too. Right, today. Right, we still have this chat up. Let's close it down and let's figure that out some other way. So, when we solved this here, I had to know how to do this with R2 too, and that's why I added this here with arguments. Realized we could do it less, and we can also do it when you start a program. Yeah, and I added it here too, arguments. And we also have the GDB nodes. Run input to program. So I got segmentation faults from trying to run printf actually in assembler. Was it yesterday? I think so. Oh, lowercase a. So, I want an ASCII table. Yeah, lowercase a is 61. Okay, so any hex values, they're just changing between, oh, whatever. Simple example. Okay. Exploit exercises. That's cool. Oh well, that was a tiny image. Okay. So there's a vulnerable So if we click the back button, it doesn't work because we have to click the back button. Actually, no. That's a horrible back button. So what if we do buffer overflow? We didn't even find the one. Well, this is cool. So, but let's continue reading. I was on the first level, which is let's get the food first before I read. So I just thought I saw one of those good rich bits. I think I've eaten all of it. Here's the tiny bit. I guess. Berries in there. So, some lemon yogurt and muesli. And then we'll probably get pizza tonight. I don't really like pizzas. I'm always like, what should I eat then? I like the bread. I could eat pizza bread like all day. But there's cheese. Too much cheese. Probably I'll eat a kebab roll instead. It's like the kebab meat, a lot of veggies. I always ask for extra veggies and nice bread too. We were given the source code of the program. Oh. Modified 0 gets buffer. If modified... This is the same as the first one we had. This is the same as the first one in the Triacme room. So we just had to write a too long string, though ours was
VR
not 64
Mechatronics
characters.
says, "Hello, how is
Hi,
going?"
VR. Yeah, so I've just been messing with the stream until now. So just got back to this stuff. So I've fixed so that, for example, the robot can be controlled from YouTube too. If we get these messages again, we can stop them, like spam messages. They're automatic messages to YouTube. A lot of you fixing some YouTube stuff, mostly. So now it's time to get started with buffer overflow again. Actually, I should make a marker here. How are you? So 2:58. Yeah, I'm just eating, I guess, lunch, late lunch at 17. So try again. I mean, this is not in a loop.
I testing now Python scripts for MP3 text transcriptions.
Oh, nice, nice. Yeah. Cool, you can send some stuff to the Discord, you know. Maybe we should have like languages. Like have a Python one. Python chat. I should continue with my assistant too. It like reads PDF books for me and checks. I was checking the weather. Right. And like making notes and text and
3 times repeat,
checking the
1
calendar.
sentence in PL and 2 times in N and US again. On MP3 from text.
Okay. Well, 3 times repeat. I don't know what you mean with that though. So you're TDSing then? It's from text? This is too sweet. I usually have other yogurt too, but I think the other one was out. So the lemon yogurt is kind of sweet.
For conversation with GPT Live on headsets, I allow it for access in my phone files folder.
Okay. So let's actually hop a bit because it's not hard to overwrite the value. Was this the full article of the first one? Well, it's the 5th one that I'm interested in. We'll see this is number 2 then. So it said this thing. My previous posts on the 5th one, so that's why I hopped back. So now
GPT has access to the ebook on my phone and I can ask questions just like I would to a human about the ebook.
Cool. That's cool. Well, you can like show the code there on the Discord. That would be cool to look at. So they're making again a int and a buffer. And this one we have argc1. Modify 0 str copy arguments. This is our second one, I think, that we did. This is the same one again. If modified, you have correctly got the variable to the right value. Okay, so here we're supposed not to just override it, but to give it the right value. I don't read really. Maybe I should. I just feel like I did this already. We get please specify an argument to let's enter anything. We get to try again. You got and entering any character. Let's apply that. Yeah, they have 64 characters. Here. And we see that the value changed to 62. Correctly got the right value. I'm just interested in how they did it here with the Python. As an argument. That's interesting. Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, instead of making a program to do it, just... Oh. Yeah, I'm not in top shape. Oh. So this one is interesting. Let's just copy this to somewhere. I got a headache just suddenly. So I'm just putting this in a random place here. For now. Wait a sec here, what? Stack 1? And then says stack 2. Knackade du? Okay, gubben. Okay, my kid's calling. I'll be right back. Yes, gubben. Och så rulla i det. Att det låg sandpapper på golvet. Och att det var bara en spår i som sandpapper som jag hittade sig. Gör det nu. Jag gör lite så på så kan vi paus. Jag hämtar det om en liten stund. Okej, bye. So trying to stretch my arm while I was walking. I don't know why it messed up. So for this challenge we got this code, int modified, buffer 64, char variable get greenie. If variable null, please set the greenie environment variable. Modify 0. I'm like, why didn't they do that here? It's so odd to have it just in the middle. Str copy variable. Okay, so greenie into buffer now. Okay. If modified equals. Okay, so it's the same thing. Instead of getting it from the command line, we're just getting it from greenie instead. So I'm like, why are they typing stuff here? But it's, I guess. So they're talking about environment variables. Now let's execute stack 2. Please set the greenie variable. And let's set in greenie instead of inputting on the command line. And it wanted a special value here. 0D, 0A, 0D, 0A. So I'm guessing it's like stepping up slowly. But I think the track maybe it was okay. That it's only that it doesn't explain stuff, right? So as in task to do. Oh, it's even a link about environment variables. So 64 plus these. And you have correctly modified the variable. I mean, for me this was exactly the same. But I guess that this is a thing to think about, that there might be input from environment variables. I don't get why we needed to do both. Or why they didn't need to do it. Or why this one contains it. But I guess it's several ways to do the same thing. So our one jumped from just overriding to using us having to get the pointer to a function instead into the variable, and then it jumped to the instruction pointer. So that's why we're reading different things. So I guess it's nice to have tiny hops, right? Not have big hops just at once. Stack 3. So now they're not looking at the code first. I don't get any output. Give it an argument. Segmentation fault. Oh yeah, now there's. So I want to see the code first. Didn't they have the code on this one? Now that we have an idea about what's happening. There's a function pointer to execute a function based on given memory address. The function memory access is stored in a variable I can overwrite that variable. We exceed the buffer. We see what the function point was calling the address. Yeah, I'm just bored by now because it's repetition of what we just did, like, right? So why didn't it show us the code this time? Didn't it have the code? Yeah, we did like exactly this. So we look at this both with GDP and with R2 now to see stuff. But maybe there was something new here, so let's read it so we're not missing anything. I mean, this is not what they will see when they run the program. We can't see any command for this output, which kind of makes me a bit like, why? That's the only interesting thing what I wanted to see here. C to continue, then pause our argument. Segfold happened. So how do they get this output? So that's what I want to know. And they don't show it. Why? Will it show this automatically when it crashes? Oh, the pattern thing again. Find the memory address of the function. Yeah, this is what we did like 2 days ago or something. Maybe more. So now they're doing. So now they're piping it to it because it's input. We did this too, but we didn't use Python. And we only had like 20 characters, so it was just to typing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I just typed it. But Python makes this possible, right? I echoed it though, so I like this. Does it have this as a copyable thingy? I may just edit the one we already have too. So this time it is piping to. And remember, I made a mistake once or twice actually, but not the same day. I was repeating at the start of one stream what I did the other day, and I mistyped twice because I had in my notes to put it in a file first. Oh, sorry. It's funny. I'm just editing this one to fit this. So Python C print A, and this time they add other numbers. I don't care. It's just a thing, right? To have this in the notes. And let's actually do that. So what? Yeah, I was thinking they have like odd characters here. So let's undo that. Let's undo one more. So let's leave it that. That's a bit of what I'm curious about this one. So it uses 3 kinds. Do these really work, you know? Or is it just in the web that it looked like that? So, I'll have to test it later. We got an address. Yeah. So now we see the code for the first time. And this is kinda what we had though. Though we had 2 functions and we were supposed to move it to another one instead. But we had a pointer to a function. But for us it was actually 2 functions set at the start. In the track me room, that's called buffer overflows, I think. Number 2 in there. So, here. This one. Here's the code. No? Is it number 3 then? Maybe it was before this. Oh, whatever. Maybe it was number 1. No, I'm curious. This is number 1. So this is not number 2. Why is it called number 2? Because I'm thinking number 2. Yeah, here it is. So we have special, normal, and other. So that's number 2. And here's the pointer to the normal function that we're supposed to change. And we did. But there was no information at all on anything. So we had to find out how to find the address the function was on. And then I'm confused by why it, and here's where I echoed it instead of they used Python. So I'm thinking echo is maybe easier, but Python is a nice alternative. So if we go to number 3, yeah, so this is the one we're currently doing, and we know that we're going to use this. Let's see if we learn anything. So now we have read 2 pages for like, I guess the repetition is now wrong, but, and also with the Python, which could be nice, I guess. But what's wrong? This is wrong. What happened? So we want BOF4 now. We don't want here next. So why did they hop to this one? Because I don't want to read this one. Do I? Oh, let's close that one. So I'm sorry if I'm like very critical, you know, sometimes. Sound like I hate it. I don't. I'm just thinking, why did I read all of these if they were nothing new? Let's look at the code first. So now we just have a buffer. This is what we have now. Well, kinda. Not really. We have an argument instead, but it's kinda the same. So for us it is str copy that is messing stuff up, and here it gets. It's not that different. So, although I guess it might be easier to do it several times when it's in the actual command thing, right? But it's the same. It's the same. It's just piping it into there instead. So my right arm hurts, which is annoying. Should we like TTS this? I think I will save my voice still today too. And let's hope
Very simple.
this is more
It defines the win function, then defines the main function, which sets a buffer of 64 chars and stores our input in it. But wait a second, where is the variable that we're gonna overwrite? In the previous challenges we had a variable that is being used by a function to change the code flow. Now what will we overwrite? The answer is the EIP, which is the instruction pointer. And the instruction pointer is a memory address that holds the address of the next instruction in the program during execution. So if we overwrite that address, the program will execute whatever that address refers to. Let's try to exceed the buffer.
Yeah, so this is, of course, I think we did this bit too. Well, actually,
the program didn't even crash. Why? Because the return address is not directly after the buffer like in the previous challenges. Let's try 100 chars. Python C print *100. The program crashed. Let's find where does it exactly crash like we did in the previous challenge. Read it if you haven't done yet. We will create a pattern with pattern_create / pattern_create.rbl100. Then we will pass it to the program in GDB. It crashes at 0x63413563. We locate that with pattern_offset / pattern_offset.rbq63413563. We get exact match at offset 76. Next step is to find the address of win. Objdump. The address is 0x080483F4. Now we can build our exploit. Python C print *76 plus \xf4 \x83 \x04 \x08 /stack4. And we successfully changed the code flow. That's it. Feedback is appreciated. Don't forget to read the previous articles, tweet about the article if you liked it, follow on Twitter at ahm3d_h3sham. Thanks for reading. Previous binary exploitation article, buffer overflow examples, overriding a function pointer, protostar.
so I'll just finish. So what was thinking, is I wanted to understand how long before it was from just reading the program. And in our case, there are not just one, there's a function. Yeah, there is here too. But this one is not called for us, it is the one that gets the argument and does the str copy. So we should be able to calculate it easier. And I want to learn enough about it just to, understand it without having to think, and I don't, so then I'm not happy. But I guess that this is the method that I've seen in several places so far. And we used it too. We used it in what we started with the buffer overflow prep, start of that room, and that was like horrible windowness in there. Old, unstreamable resolution. Maybe I could like put this screen to a low resolution so the letters would go, but I couldn't zoom. OBS couldn't zoom in my VM. It just broke it. It just got black when I tried. So I'll have to find some other way to do it. We might just run a Windows VM and set it up in our own.
Fixerbot says,
Welcome back, Cypher Enigma.
Yeah.
Madam Fabulous says,
I did.
You added it.
Yeah, so I had to, right? When you go on lurk, it has to say something. So that's what we did the 2.5 first hours here of stream. But you can suggest more fun things and welcome back. Though for unlurk maybe that's suitable, but for the lurk one we can think of more fun things. Maybe we'll have like a robot TTS saying
Lol, sounds like you were more productive than me. I went to the grocery and got lunch started.
oh, okay. Yeah. So sometimes I think like 2.5 hours, what did I do in this time? And I feel like I haven't done anything, but I guess things take a bit more time when you're streaming, right? Because like someone pops in and talks about something else, and you know? Yeah. So actually this one I'm going to make a few notes of. We'll kind of use this. So this is not the only place where I have seen this, but let's use it to make notes anyway. So like steps. Right, I'm going to undo what I just did here and get this back up and hop over here. So let's make a start, right? What should you do? The first thing to do is try and make it crash. So like, where's the input that we might crash, that we might
Mataj says,
overflow.
Best viewers on, web link.
Right, we got the message. This is what we want to copy. And it's prepared now. We just put this and it will automatically be removed. So Twitch chat spam, and we just put it here. It was something like this, right? But it was this, best viewers on, and we can add several. This is the first one. Next time it will be removed automatically that someone says best viewers on. So you're welcome to repeat that. Right, I think I actually had.
Madam Fabulous says,
I wish it were legal to enumerate that domain, lol.
So There seem to be like different URLs every time, so why do I have this so dark? I can't see the text. So my phone says moving robot arm is the last message in chat. Which is kind of annoying. So let's go channel, chat. So delete message, delete. There. Next time it will be automatic. Since I realized I can do it in chat only for you know, on the phone, and I can do it in the like stream manager interface on Twitch on the web. That's the two places where I managed to delete messages. Not the normal chat. Oh well. So this should be done.
I just use the slash commands.
Okay. I've never tried them.
I don't like the
looking here.
icons.
Oh, you're banning people. I just delete the message, you know. I never wanted to ban anyone. I don't know if you can delete messages. And how would you identify the message? Nah. Icons? I don't use any icons. I just click the name. And I get a text menu to select what to do with it. So.
Yeah, that works too.
And I don't ban people if they're not extreme. I did ban someone saying very extreme stuff. And then I unbanned them after stream. Everybody get a second chance here, you know. That was definitely people, not bots too. The program didn't even crash. Why?
You're a better soul than me, Hammer.
I don't know. Yeah, so I'm following now, so I'm waiting for you to stream. Yes, I was making notes. I'm like looking at the other page here. And you didn't see anything I was showing you. Okay. That's the way it is. Oh. So let's do like argument. Input. And we have an example. We're doing this again. If it's an argument, we can do the Python ones, but I don't like this because I haven't tested with the. So let's do the echo one again instead. If I can find it. Was it kind of late in this one? Yeah, so here we echo. This is the. So here we echo whatever, we fill the buffer and then we put this in the variable. As an example. So this is when it's not an argument, but input. And for an argument, we'll just paste it again. Alright, yeah, I thought about that. We need to. This is nothing, right? But there might, of course, be more complicated stuff than this. Right, so here we need to like single plot. I'm like Englishifying my Swedish word there. Fnuts. I call all those fnuts in Swedish. Fnuttar. We just do S instead of R, which is our plural. Well, why not find your own words up, right? Dotty thingies. That's not a good example. So let's actually put the other ones we have down here too. So I just have to test this myself to believe it's true too. And this won't work to put within these because it uses them and it breaks it. You know, it breaks it all. So how? What if we do pre here? Will this work? It works. So I think I will use this a lot. Since it does HTML, right? So we can remove these and have a much prettier output. So, as it's using the characters that we usually use. So what happened now? Yeah, it can't do it on a line with a dot. So there we have the bad side of it. Well, I guess it's not pretty, but it's functional. So, let's imagine that we're just starting here and we really want to test it first, right? So first just basic test examples. And this is examples setting a specific value. So yeah, I guess I'll type. And the reason to even type this would be to give an example. It's not like we can copy and paste it and use it. At least not the name, right? And it's just, you know, it's that it might not be in this kind of thing that it is, you know? It might be a more complex program than our simple test ones. So that's why I don't like it, really. So, I'm just copying something here anyway. So, yeah, so we have double these. That's not necessary. Let's actually remove those. And this is just increasing. Well, the buffer, I guess, right? Because these are specific ones, and on this one, so what I have seen a lot of times is people doing these tests with 8 first, and then when they find it, then they do the same thing again, but with a pattern. And I'm like, why don't do it at once? Why not use the correct one at once? Why? Okay, so this is easy to type. Well, right. So let's, for example, so this was the end of it. It doesn't have an end character. So when I added a character at the end, Obsidian thought I wanted to remove the one at the start. I did not. I wanted to add one at the end, which was what I was doing. So sometimes programs are just too smart. So this was actually in the example here. Here, it's piped into something. So I'm thinking we need this in here, or otherwise it looks kind of funny, right? So for example, program, right? And in this case, so this is like one example, right? So I'll put the same here, so it's the same. If I do remove that and tab this, it will not look pretty. So let's keep it like that instead. When if the program crashes, and then we have so I really am not a friend of using other people's things if they're really basic, but I think this one is kind of useful because of its test functionality. So I guess we will add it here. The pattern create. So unique. Well, non-repeating. Using. So using pattern create .py in. So let's see where we have it really. I haven't got my VM started today because we did other stuff. Let's actually move the notes over to this side again. We don't have any programs we don't need up. We have 2 Firefox windows. So I will close one and we'll start the VM. And then I got a call.
Squared Mo says. How is Sweden?
Vi ses gubben. Puss. Hejdå. So I'm going to order a pizza. I'll talk to my kid first. I'll see. Maybe my oldest wants pizza too. I don't think so though. Yeah, Sweden is great. Well, we have like, there are actually a bit of clouds, a bit of wind, but it's like 23 degrees outside it anyway. And it's not like, well, I think you might hear the wind in the trees. So it's not the best weather today. So this is actually what my apps look like. Weather app. So I don't know if you can see that, but that's rain. So it's supposed to be raining the rest of the day, really. I didn't know. So tomorrow we have sun again.
Rain is good.
Yeah, I know the not getting any rain, then it gets all dry and horrible, so. Yeah, let's see, last time I ordered pizza. It's so long ago, I'm just like scrolling down here. So we ordered Thai food a lot of times, but pizza, it was June 14th. So I understand why my kid wanted pizza really a lot. I'll just ask him what he wants. försöker jag hämta hit. So, have to just order some pizza. So I think I will get a kebab roll. Or should I get a pizza? It was very long ago. I only get disappointed every time I take pizza because there's so much cheese in there. And I like the bread the most. Yeah, let's just order something. And welcome in, by the way. Hej, jag skulle vilja beställa en vanlig kebabpizza. En kebabpizza utan grönsaker. Och en calzone. Pizzabröd också, tack. Vi vill ha hemkörning, tack. Holmbodavägen 95. Det är bra så, tack. Tack, hej. So I think it's a new person. They usually have like your address at once and know that we usually order for delivery home and everything. So I had to tell her. Yeah, so let's hop that back to Twitch chat in case I would have to mod anything. Oh, it forgot what it was doing. So there. Yeah, so welcome in Square the Mo. So I'll start my Kelly machine here on my other screen, and I'm going to go and get my other kid some spaghetti because he didn't want pizza, as I thought. So he wants some spaghetti and meat sauce, and I have it finished. It's just too warm, so I'll just put it in the microwave and I'll be back. So then you can always give me your buffer overflow tips and tricks. I still have this thing here in the way. So I won't have time to do much before it beeps downstairs, but I'll put it on 2 minutes. I'm like, where am I typing? Not there. Not anywhere. My throat is like dying now. Whatever. I don't have a cold at all. Not at all. So that's odd. It's a track going backwards somewhere. Right, so we need to test stuff. We need to play with this. We need to merge our tests of other stuff. So if I do SSH here now, we'll just go for this one at once with user 1. So let's actually start it. Which is try hack me. Yeah, and it's 1 hour early for it to pop up automatically, or would have. So this is the real goal, but we need to do other stuff first, and that's why I'm doing the buffer overflows 1. So we're on buffer overflows. In buffer overflows. So starting it, F5ing it to make it hop to the right place, right? So this is the current executable file, and I could zoom a bit more, I guess. The image did get bigger. It's kind of tiny. So when we have the IP, we can look at it instead. But actually, I'm going to I think test them with. Right, the piping is the one that is easy. I think this one had an argument? No. It's also gets. So the only one we can possibly test it with is this one. And now this is more complicated, but we can at least test getting input there, right, with the argument. So it is the correct one for this. So IP is, it has arrived. So 131.13 and this. Yeah. That was a new one. Well, so password is user1 password. And with this one is number 3. And there's a text file that we can't read unless we use it too. And the buffer overflow one has the SUID. So we'll need to get a shell with this one, and that's the whole purpose of this this one. But for now, let's just use it to test if we can get the input with the Python command that we just got as an example here into the notes. And that was a microwave beeping. So I'll just go and get my kids' food. Zoo. There, right. So, for this one is one with an argument. So I'm going to test this kind of thing that we couldn't even put. I had to make a pre. So I can't go in there. There, this way. So, right. So I know that a lot of this is wrong for this one. For example, the name, you know. But I want to see if these works like they are. So buffer overflow, and just send it stuff in. I don't care what it is, you know. Echoes your output, and it did. And this one has kind of a big buffer. I don't remember it, but it was like huge. $140 characters. First of all, we would need to run this in a different way to be able to debug it. So this is not what we're doing now. This was just a test to see if this actually worked with these characters, and it did. But we can also just try adding 140 here just to see what happens, you know, or 200 or something. Something that's too much, right? So we're getting segmentation fault, of course. And this is not a good number. This is not what we want to use here. So we want to use something else. We want to use address. And that's why we need the address. And we can put the code in there somewhere. We could actually... Yeah, I'm kind of thinking we'll make a real Python program instead of this. So that we can mess with variables and stuff. But this was nice to see that this works, so I don't have stuff, I don't want to have untested stuff in my notes. And now I've confirmed that this one actually works. Right, and there's also added this block. That's kind of cool. So we can get all of them in there. And the backslashes to work, the escapes characters here. So if I were to remove the pre, this wouldn't work. I could like pre the whole thing instead. So if I would start with the pre here, right? Or maybe even do it like this, because it wouldn't be visible. So now it's invisible when it has an end tag. And then we just put all of this in there. So I'm experimenting. Of course we can't have a pre-tag inside the pre-tag. There. So we'll have to remove these characters too, because they are not actually characters that are supposed to be visible. Here we have this character. This is what breaks us, right? So now we actually have these. Let's see, can we select this text? Yeah, it works fine. So as long as we don't click inside here and we see the whole pre-thing. We have different dots too. We could like actually do space, this kind of thing. I think a dash is better. But let's add a space just to make it look more like the other ones. So this is a test to see if I like having this in my notes. It's more obviously actually code stuff, right? And this one contains these characters explaining the whole thing. Well. So I'm not going to focus on prettifying the notes, right? Let's actually continue doing stuff, and we will do this by reading these things. So I was happy when I saw the BOF 5 here. This one is kind of similar to up here is information that we need to use this to open a basic shell. Yeah, adding knobs and stuff. So, we could actually like put this one. It's not an actual Python thing. Does it exist in Python? Here we also have probably bad characters, right? So, alright, I moved my nodes to this screen. It's here. Let's put this one here too. And we'll have to replace these characters. That's annoying. Web pages. So, and in our case, that would be and here these are. I'm assuming we'll have to change them here. So let's delete these characters that are just formatting it. Cause why? So, anyone ever seen anything like this on a TryHackMe page? The plus on its own line, this on its own line. So, So it's actually this. So first of all, let's put this in like this, right? I think this. Right, so here we have another problem. That's supposed to be x05. And why have this there? Oh, because it's times 60, right? Yeah. I'm just trying to understand why they did it. So let me see the end of the line. So here, there's this space in between the 05 here, which is part of the mess. So let's logically look at it. So we have this times 30. And then we have a plus. I'm like doing parentheses on this, I think. Nah, I think it will be okay. It should know the precedence, right, of the characters. So if I just space it, will hop to the other line. And then we have the long string here. Shouldn't this be B? Is this why they're this instead? Yeah, let's keep it as it is and test it, right? See how many steps back I'm going. Because I'm not going all the way now, because that would break everything. But we can keep these characters in. So yeah, whatever. So let's just see here. First of all, there are new lines in here. This is just spaces making it hop. And we don't want those. And after the x, 41 times 60. And then it ends with this and this. Right? So let's just generally copy this. What? So what is this doing here? So it's definitely not part of the Python, you know? Typing the Python to the program. This is just messed up. Well, let's test it. So I was typing something. Yeah, let's do whatever, right? And then we paste whatever we have here. And I'm assuming this won't work at all. And let's just change some characters, like putting this here. And making this. And then we get invalid syntax still. So I'm curious if it works, with less odd characters. I don't think so. So now I'm doing that other change. I'm kind of thinking we would need the bees here, but maybe we don't need them. When we're telling it exactly the hex values for everything. So now we're at what I was going to do. And now we just got that's a kind of cool error. That's a kind of cool error. So let's make the changes. I could probably maybe not read it because I changed things, right? So but we will fix it. There. Yeah. So now it's the same, and we do the Python bit and then we pipe it to program name. And program name doesn't exist, of course. First of all, let's just do this. And then let's change this. What was the name? Buffer overflow? So this is a program, and now we got a segmentation fault, which is kind of nice. Meaning all the other stuff worked, right? So if this would have worked, I still would have gone through the rest of the stuff, but it's kind of nice to test things. So now we can just delete these characters. Program. I did program here too. So yeah, my throat is kind of going out, and I didn't read it. I only read it quietly, and I was thinking I read it again, but let's TTS it.
This example will cover some of the more interesting and useful things you can do with the buffer overflow. In the previous examples, we've seen that when a program takes user's controlled input, it may not check the length, and thus a malicious user could overwrite values and actually change variables. In this example, in the copy_arg function we can see that the strcpy function is copying input from a string, which is argv1, which is a command line argument, to a buffer of length 140 bytes. With the nature of strcpy, it does not check the length of the data being input, so here it's also possible to overflow the buffer. We can do something more malicious here. Let's take a look at what the stack will look like for the copy_arg function. This stack excludes the stack frame for the strcpy function.
I did find a bit of dried apple there in the muesli.
Earlier, we saw that when a function, in this case main, calls another function, in this case copy_args, it needs to add the return address on the stack, so the cali function, copy_args, knows where to transfer control to once it has finished executing. From the stack above, we know that data will be copied upwards from buffer 0 to buffer 140. Since we can overflow the buffer, it also follows that we can overflow the return address with our own value. We can control where the function returns and change the flow of execution of a program. Very cool, right? Know that we know we can control the flow of execution by directing the return address to some memory address. How do we actually do something useful with this? This is where shellcode comes in. Shell code quite literally is code that will open up a shell. More specifically, it is binary instructions that can be executed. Since shell code is just machine code, in the form of binary instructions, you can usually start by writing a C program to do what you want, compile it into assembly and extract the hex characters. Alternatively, it would involve writing your own assembly. For now, we'll use the shell code that opens up a basic shell.
By the way, I want to see what this does. Right, we need to know what this does. But we will do this in a bit. First, I'm going to actually see sense. So, does it exist any rooms? Like, yeah. What if we do R2? So we looked at the Advent of Cyber once. But there's no room for it specifically, which is kind of sad. What about this then? Am I only getting another Advent of Cyber here? And the CVE. And then of course this one pops up again. Yeah, so it's not like there's specific information anymore than this about those things. So, since we've gone through both, but I think R2 was like nicer, right? But let's do the rest of the TTS2, and I'll have to look at what this is. Oh, sorry.
So why don't we looking at actually executing this shell code? The basic idea is that we need to point the overwritten return address to the shell code, but where do we actually store the shell code and what actual address do we point it at? Why don't we store the shell code in the buffer? Because we know the address at the beginning of the buffer, we can just overwrite the return address to point to the start of the buffer. Here's the general process so far. Find out the address of the start of the buffer and the start address of the return address. Calculate the difference between these addresses so you know how much data to enter to overflow. Start out by entering the shell code in the buffer, entering random data between the shell code and the return address, and the address of the buffer in the return address.
I think the pizza is already here. So, pizza. So you can think and eat, right? Let's actually open up shut again. Channel chat. There. So I wouldn't say I'm really hungry, right? Something that made my throat hurt less would be better. So why is this? This is a click. Oh, had the keyboard cord underneath, so it went back and forth. So I did just copy that. So this is actually then 48. Oh, sorry. Does this look more readable? Some machine code. So that's enough for me. Okay, apparently not. It was a tab there. So now it's done. Here we got the full thing. So how many characters is this? If we save this as something, well, that's binary.txt, and that's just my lazy way to see how many characters it is, right? Desktop. It is 60 bytes. Oh, that's actually 60. Yeah, we can leave that there. So that's good to know later too, right? The 60 characters. But I was like thinking, we could do it on here. So what if we... No, not typing in Notepad. No. So that's actually 30 characters. Test. And we do there. And we isolate this. It's 31 characters because it has an extra character there. We don't want that. Where's the extra character? There. New line. We don't want any new lines. So I just want to follow 30, I don't care what they are. I just intend to replace it with the other one. So, do we have like hex edit here? No, so we couldn't do it here anyway. But we have it on our own machine too. So, let's go to the well, actually, so I knew this once upon a time for DOS, but how on earth in Linux do we machine code editor, right? No. No, we don't want a text editor. We don't want a code editor either. We don't even want a assembler. Well, so let's just go with I'll do what I was doing. So I will go to programming because at least it's a bit sorted. So should we go to the last one? Let's do that just. So let's nano again a test, and apparently I had a test there, right? So this is not a good name. So like bin show play, right? So this will just be this, so we can see if we can open it in maybe in R2 and do disassembly on it and see just instructions explained kind of thing, right? See if it works. That's the plan. And my pizza is getting cold, but I don't care about that. This is better. So what was I doing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There. So, and so I have a pizza in the way. Now I have to eat it, so I get rid of it. Yeah, and again it's 31 characters. So let's just delete one. And there it's 30 characters. And now we hex edit this. This had hex editor. Alright, so maybe it worked in the other one. Nah. So I called it. And now we can edit this to be the ones we wanted instead. So 4, 8, B. So I will do like, so we have 4 in a bit, 4, 4, 4, 4, right? Yeah. I was confused a bit by this line, but it was too long. It's still too long. Oh well, if it's too short, I'll have to add stuff. Yeah, do you know what I did? Yeah, I can't do that advanced things. So we still want them separated, but I made the mistake of doing it like there. So this is what it's supposed to be. So now it's easier to see. So B9, and I'm typing in Notepad. B9 2F62. We could also have just used the one we had and used Python to convert it, but this is kind of fun. Yeah, I am crazy, I know. This is fun. Great Friday night entertainment. Especially if I mistype, right? And we'll have to debug this. I will check it when we're done. So E9085148D3C 2448, and this is a no-win executable. It is just like, you know, a bit of instructions. So I'm just thinking that maybe R2 can still get what it is, the instruction, and disassemble it when we put it in there. Let's be 0F05. So now let's check. So we have 48B9 2F62 696E 2F73 681148C1 E108448C1 E9085148 8D3C 2448 3B03B, yeah, 0F05. So yeah, so this one has Control X for save and exit, and I'm testing the food. So oh gosh, I was so into B here, I mistyped. So let's remember all the things from our notes. So we have our R2 notes here, and we didn't do a D or anything. We could have done A, because that's getting all of it. So now we want to, well, we could like IA. I typed in the notes, so we have kind of only the name of the file, right? Which is kind of what we want. So let's see. So we have memory. Zero, it all says 00, you know. So I don't think that's where we are in memory. So we didn't do D. So let's actually queue this, or we could OOD, I guess. Yeah. So let's queue it. And let's do it with DA. And cannot open it for writing. So did I do D on anything else here? I must have. Pizza. But it's the bread I want. That's why I got bread only too. Pizza bread. Oh, this might not work at all. Let's just see, what was the... Am I blind? Or did I totally miss? So where's the disassembly one? PDF. It's not in here. It's just here. I'm sure it was down there too. Oh, it's here. But this is a function. We don't have any functions. I just want the full thing. Lost test. So, it worked. So, now we know what it all is. Oh, wrong machine. So, here we have our horrible bright light version. So 48B9 is this. Binna Sage. I know one thing we can play with it. One other way. So, let's just give us this, right? And let's see what it does with this. Please explain. No hints. No, that's bad. Let's edit it. So it's me typing with gooey fingers. So I control entered instead of shift enter. So I don't want to mess up my keyboard. So we could have done this too. I think it's kind of nice of it. But with some extra bytes, probably due to alignment or mistake, and here it says \x11. And that interprets that as a miss. So we had up ASCII right here, right? And 11 is not 11, is 1 1, of course. So if we hex 1 1, what is DC? Control Q, DC1. Device control. Yeah, maybe this is not very useful. So, just take another bite of my food, but with my cutlery this time. So, instruction SHL RCX8 shifts RCX register by 8 bits. And that's done twice. So what? Let's continue. And then to push RCX. We have both the same on both sides. Instruction RSP into RDI. So RSP, we've not used it before here, right? And then it's zeroing. So exec into, so it will use a syscall, and I'm assuming the rest is just setting stuff up. But why all the shifting and stuff? Code is classic shellcode that attempts to execute BNSH using execute system call in Linux. Here's a summary of what each part does. REX stores BNSH. RCX is manipulated and pushed into the stack. Might be a no-op. Yeah, so I was like, why? RDI. So RDI. Yeah, no environment variables, okay. So the only thing I don't understand is how RDI points to this. How does RDI point to well, what did it say? Well, let's just do there. Now, don't have to repeat what I said. Yeah, it doesn't have to keep repeating this. If it doesn't have a meaning. Doesn't seem meaning. I don't know what it is. Which I don't either. So, the Leah instruction. This is a critical instruction. Leah stands for load effective address, and there is loading an effective address of the current top of the stack under the RDI. Oh, there's it. It's 19. It's time to do drag me.
Fixerbot says,
Thanks for the follow.
New follower Ghost11411. Less than 3.
So, I don't know. I guess that we wouldn't need to do this. But it's nice to see that we already knew this, you know, and that it could be done this way too. That's kind of alright. But I do still have to understand this bit. So, let's think again. Loads effective address of the current stop of the stack into the RDI register. But what's on the stack at this point? Setup of. So instead of asking a question, why not say something? The string bin sh or something very close to it. No. Yeah, and here we have a bit more from this. It doesn't try and understand, it just says what it is. But since the full string isn't in RCX, this seems to so I hopped lines. So has been placed in RX, but it has been stored on the hasn't been stored on the stack yet. Here is where the next step becomes crucial. The push RCX instruction pushes the value of RCX onto the stack. Normally in classic shellcode you'd expect something like expect the string binsh itself or part of it to be pushed onto the stack. But since the full string isn't in RCX, this seems to be a placeholder or a part of the actual address setup. If the string binsh were in RX register expected, a common next step would be something like push RAX. Placing the actual string onto the stack, then would correctly set RDI to point to the stack where binsh now resides. So I just heard my hubby say he couldn't eat all his pizza. That's never happened. That's amazing. I never can eat all my pizza, but that's just normal. I'm like a fifth, no less done. Yeah, so let's...
Then, Liberty, RSP would correctly set RDI to point to the stack where /bin/sh now resides. This is the address of the command string that exec will use. But based on the disassembled code, the exact way the string ends up on the stack isn't shown clearly. It seems likely that the string isn't fully and correctly set up in the RAX register as intended, or that there's an error in how the code manipulates the registers.
I don't think it's bad since it's from a TryHackMe page. I think this doesn't understand it. Oh, we don't want it all right again. Yes? What's up?
Vill du ha mina 2 sista pizzabitar?
Nej, men lägg dem i kylskåpet.
Vill du ha dem då imorgon eller?
Det tror...
Jag är mätt på spricka.
Ja, men lägg dem i kylen bara så får vi se vem som vill ha dem.
In summary, the Liberty, RSP instruction makes RDI point to the current top of the stack. Normally, the string /bin/sh should be placed on the stack, via something like pushRAX, so that RDI points to it. However, the provided code doesn't seem to correctly achieve this due to missing or incorrect instructions for setting up the stack with the /bin/sh string.
So there's definitely more happening here than... So... First of all, what happens here? This is 16 characters, or 16, it's 8 then, you know? What happens here, really? Move apps. So, explain the move apps. RCX. Please. So I'm kind of thinking, what happens here exactly? Because will it fit is what I'm thinking, you know? Whatever, let's...
Certainly. The moveAbs instruction is a special variant of the MOV instruction in x86-64 assembly that is used to move a 64-bit immediate value directly into a 64-bit register. Let's break down its usage. moveAbs instruction. Syntax: movabs reg, IMM64. Function, moves a 64-bit immediate value, IMM64, directly into a 64-bit register, reg. Purpose, this instruction is necessary when dealing with 64-bit immediate values because the regular MOV instruction can only handle 32-bit immediate values in its immediate form. Example in your code. In the disassembly you provided, the relevant instruction was 48B92F62-696E2F73 6811. Disassembly, movabs RCX, 0x11687332F6E69622F. Breaking down the operation. Upcode, 48B9. 48 indicates a 64-bit operand size. B9 is the opcode for movabs when moving a 64-bit immediate value into the RCX register. Immediate value, 0x11687332F6E69622F. This is the 64-bit immediate value being moved into RCX. The value represents the ASCII string /bin/sh, but with some additional bytes, 1168. Explanation of RCX use. In the context of your code. Loading a string. The immediate value 0x11687332F6E69622F corresponds to a string like /bin/sh, albeit with extra leading bytes. This value is moved directly into the RCX register. Further manipulation. After loading, RCX.
Oh my god, this is too sweet. Yeah. So, let's see. So now I can use my keyboard again. So let's just generally Google this one, right? So see, is it still selected? No. So let's do this so we get the full thing. I'm going to paste it like after this. So yeah, I thought so. It's just one string. Yeah, I think I googled this already, right? So we were at this page. So I'm like assuming this does not work, you know? This kinda. So let's actually read this. Func. So this is like a function. All right. Look. Now we can see. Now I can see what it actually says. Oh, I missed something before. I didn't see this was the same register. That's very bad of me. Very bad. Very, very bad. Now it's kind of more logical, right? Trim off the 2 bytes of padding. Shift right to reorder string. Yeah, that's logical. So, move the value. In hex, a little on the invite order into RCX, padded with 11. So the padding is here. And that's why it also sets X11 in here, in R2, right? And now it's obvious why the shift occurs, right? And it hops it back. But still really not. Couldn't they have just put something else there? Like 0, whatever would work, right? Let's continue. I mean, you can't, either you null terminate the string or you like, you know, there can't be more than nothing, right? There still will be a value after this. Now I really want to run this to test it on this one. So then it pushes it onto the stack. And this is just 51. Meaning it is this. This is how far we've gotten in the code here. This is 51. Load the address of the string that is on the stack into RSI. Yeah. So, into RSI. And it says RDI. So yeah, this one says. So I think I got to fly now. There. I'll just get rid of it. So am I stupid? I don't get this bit here. Let's actually give it this bit. Now let's just do this bit. So if we get ChatGPT this now. It's almost correct. Well, this is not my code. It is the original from What? Oh, it's still typing. I guess I'll have to stop it. It's finishing. So I'm curious what it says.
Your assembly code is almost correct, but there's a small mistake in the comment on line 13, where you mentioned that RSI is being loaded. It should be ready. I'll explain the code in detail, correcting that and clarifying how the operations work.
This is exactly what I didn't understand, why I sent it to ChatGPT. This was too sweet. But there's also a lot of spiciness in the sauce. But this both too sweet and too strong then. Nah, pizza is not my thing. The bread is my thing though. That's why I have bread. So I have like a full pizza dough just. So should I TTS this? Should be RDI. RDI is a register expected by XCV. It's not the first time I've seen an error in these though, but still, you know. So I did just repeat everything. Yeah, I don't even want to read this. It was just that it was saying that it was not correct, you know. And there was the explanation. So, and I wanted, was this me? And it wasn't me. Apparently, it's probably a typo. S and D is just next to each other too, right? Yeah, very nice then. So this bit is just getting it into the stack, then making sure that we have the address for it here. This one's 0, and then the call. It's very simple. But I can't stop thinking that this is useless. That could just set it up like it will be after this before. So I would like to step through this and see the values of the registers. I don't think we can though, can we? Right, we do have this bit. So if we do this, If no stack protector, C X stack shellcode rhythm. Yes. So, first of all, let's just test, see if we can run this. So DC is continue execution. We're not really running anything. Yeah, and we can't run OD. Because it doesn't have, it's not a full program. But it could still get it. So let's quit this. And let's bin shell, let's see, bin shell c.c. Yeah, let's paste this in here, and let's just exit, and we also had the compiler command for GCC here. So I'm copying it. Let's do bin shell c.c. I'm just checking if there's anything else in there. So I don't know what C is, but this seems to be like something there, right? So bin shell, and then so will this work? And we have bin shell C. Right. What we didn't do with the other one is to actually make it executable. Maybe it needs to be, but I'm thinking R2 wouldn't care with it. Segmentation fault. But let's first of all let's chmod plus x bin shell, and then let's R2 bin shell, but now with the D option. And cannot do it. So if you now do, well, it's just bin shell C. So now we know the problem was not R2, it was that it was not an actual binary file like you could run. I was just trying to fool it into doing stuff. So let's look at all the things. Let's open the notes again for R2 here. And I did run the D one. Let's do a here. And let's do IA to get some information about it. So yeah, here we have the main function. Opening up the web page on the other side. What about funk? How does it see that? We can do the S one. No, this is the symbols. First of all, let's see, what did I do last time when we actually got some information here from it. So I did PDF. Yeah, let's do PDF without anything. Yeah, and then this one has a problem. So what if we PDF main? And then we get this. So ob.shellcode. What if we do this with that one? So it just gave us a lot of stuff. That's all like 0, right? Here's the string. So I have the other stuff up on the other screen here. So we can compare. This is the main. And this is the main. It only has one int, which is a pointer to a function. But this thing, yeah, maybe I should just continue and not dig more into this. What do you think? It's just declaring it, setting it, and then running it. That's all. Though, how long time it would take to figure out all the parentheses there. Well, I guess it's kind of simple because it's here, right? It's just the same here. I have to keep setting the type of it every time. So I'm starting to get a bit tired. It's 7:30. So let's continue. We dug into this a bit. Let's actually see this one too. What is this? When executing, consideration when executing a buffer overflow. Disable execution protection. Address space layout randomization. Buffer overflow protection. Oh. So let's just see what did I use when I compiled it. I'm just scrolling up for 2 ages, at least. So let's see. I did no stack protector C access stack. Yeah, exactly the same. That's what I did. Run GTP. Yeah, and we only did R2 instead. Disassemble main. Now they're totally doing different things. This is not doing it. And there's other files. Yeah, I think we ended up on this page before too. So that's why I clicked it now, because it was purple. Yeah, so we can close this one down. Didn't do any good, really, did it? So why don't we look? Right, I remember this from yesterday. Why don't we looking at actually executing the shellcode? The basic idea is that we need to find the original return address of the shellcode, but where do we actually store the shellcode, and what actual address do we point at? Let's actually not read but do now, right? So we kinda read this. Kinda. Oh, we kinda made some notes. Here. I guess I should make it 1 too, because this one started at 1. That confused me first. Overflow 1. 2. So here we go to 2. Here's just the base directory there. So let's so we had done it before. Why did I go in there again? I'm thinking why. Did I just want it for the notes to have the code there? Well, doesn't matter. It was not all there, so we don't have to make a new note for it. I'm not redoing it. It was just a type what was it? 14 characters? 13. And, more than that, you know. We changed it to, so because 0 was the default, so the null wouldn't break it. Or it was an if, checking if it was still 0. So if we put the null character there, it was still 0. So you had needed to add 15 characters. Yeah, 15. So let's see. So here's our current code for this one. So if we start at main, here's a program that echoes out your input, and it runs copy arg with the first argument, and this is called string. And then it makes a buffer, 140 characters. String is copied to buffer. And if it's too long, you know, it won't fit. And then it prints it. And that's all. And I'm tired. So we're not stopping just because I'm tired. Right, so we looked at it with GDB a bit. Right. And then we were really looking at GDB, and we were really looking at R2. And we made these notes while we did it. So we have now notes to find things like disassemble function easier. Though I don't know why I didn't put it in like some kind of better order. Right, it didn't hop to the top because we have different tabs. Let's close this one down because it's, you know, annoying. It's raining. I can hear how the rain. And that's the car. Sorry. I think I need some fresh air anyway here. So we did AAA, we did IA to get basic info. I pasted in a few things here, right? Just to get some of it that we tested. AFL, and then I copied because these are so nicely colored, you know, so that you can't get it with just text. So I made screenshots of the main function and this function, so we could look and enjoy the colors. Yeah. Then I want to figure out, not test, where we should put stuff. So if we just think about what we know, if we look at the code again, we have 140 character buffer, right? The buffer is 140 characters. So it's not really part of this, is it? I really need to know more about these, really. And it would be nice to have a... I guess there was a graphical version, right? Maybe that's a good idea to use. You get more information quicker, probably. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, how? So R2 UI. UI. Yaito. Yeah, this is a very Japanese name. And this looks like Japanese style too. So, do we have this already? I'm kind of assuming. Let's see if we have this. So, to learn all the things, we have to test all the things, right? No. Midnight Commander Editor. I like that one. Midnight. No, it didn't fit, right? Did it? So what happens if I click here? Yeah, I got a command line output. So nothing, you can install it like that very simply because we like it. No. Okay, does that mean that this is not a good thing? First of all, let's check age. So yesterday, it's not like it's not updated in 7 years, you know. The license is not updated in 7 years. That's totally okay. So we have yesterday changes. Okay. The latest is yesterday. So we have 985 stars. I guess that's a good number. I mean, it's not like everybody uses this, right? Official Qt frontend. I don't know what Qt is. So Yaito was the originally before being forked as Cutter. Use R2 plugins. No need for R2 Ghidra. I2 plugin for R2 Ghidra is installed. Alright, yeah, we have Ghidra too. But did we try this? Yeah, I want to play with things. We can't play with it with the box, of course, because it is, you know, over SSH. So this looks pretty. Disassembly. Hex dump. Me likes. What's this then? Ooh. Graph. So, what do you think? There's the Discord too. I think I'm at a max. It's a bit annoying actually. I can't just join Discords. Have to find something to kick out first. IRC. It's for Windows too. By the way, the Unity thingy was that was like never updated, right? Was it? Still looked like it was Windows 3.1. I guess 3.11, right? That's how you prove you're old. So, cutter. It said it was a fork of the other one. So let's search for that in our machine. So we don't want the Windows menu, we want this one. So why so much cutting? Yaito and cutter. It's like the same theme, right? I'll just need to go check on stuff. Rather, let's bring this food down. Okej. Okej. Ja, vi får försöka fixa det imorgon va? So sorry. So let's see. Where am I at? Yeah. So I might actually switch my ears. So these can do like 4 hours. I might not. So, right, so we were checking for what tools we have. Let's actually use the menus here. Right? So, if we scroll down, I guess you could see this as forensics. Though that had nothing that I recognized. Well, I did recognize a few things, but not that I know and I used. It's still correct my 5 second here. I guess this is where it should be, right? We have R2 and Gira here. So what are the others? Now let's play. So first of all, I want to see my OBS so that I can see that you can see. Oh, did I click this thing? What? Right. I clicked my windows to see OBS. So that was like a stupid thing to click. Nothing? Let's close this one, by the way. Did we get nothing from that? So, let's say I didn't make this menu. So this one I only recognize from one thing. And that's that video I started watching. It was Clang. So what is Clang? So if I check my history, it's probably, yeah, too old. Recently closed tabs. No, YouTube then. Right, I should probably have it. So yeah, I do feel a bit off, you know. Sorry. Let's hop you to the right screen. Let's do YouTube again. So it might pop up stuff. So these are the two most recent things I watched, but there's a third. That's great. I found it. This one.
And look to see how all your
And I
macros
didn't
got
actually
expanded in
look that long. Let's see.
And that's what we see when we execute. Stage, sorry for the rambling and sort of a bad name conflict, but that's what they call it.
Clang.
Assembling
Clang.
and
That's where I recognize it from. So I was going to look at this one too. So I will do that. But not right now. So they use it for compiling. And it looks like the same syntax there. Basic like GCC. So that's what we have. Is this a compiler? Let's just Google it. Clang is a compiler front end for C. Front end. So it can do lots of things. Drop-in replacement for GCC. Yeah. In tandem with the LLVM compiler backend. Okay. So, is it common to use this? So, what's the difference? Faster? Beneficial working on large projects? Okie dokie. So I assumed, it was a compiler seeing this, but you never know. And I was kind of confused when it popped up. Why, by the way, do they put command line tools in here? Why? To just tell us they exist? Iskiben. Someone knocking on my door. I'll start some chicken nuggets for my kid who didn't eat pizza. So, let's see. Right. So, what is this? We can assume that this is right. Oh, what's the price? D2J. Dex to jar. Convert Dex to jar. So, another command line thingy. I'm like amazed. Why do they put them here? I mean, command line things, you start from the command line, right? So here we have something. What is this? EDB. DB sounds like debug, right? So what can we open? Can we open anything? Let's open something. Let's open a... So we're in Kali. Let's look at our programming. Let's do C and let's do Holo 2. It has a function. This is tiny text. This is what I don't like, especially when streaming. So first, most important thing to fix.
New follower diarrhea React.js. Less than 3.
Thanks for the follow. Come in. Funny name.
Diarrhea React.js says, Dick. Translated from Dutch.
That's not your fault, it's the TTS's. Apparently it's correct Dutch. So let's see if we can get some size up here. And also like check out the other options of it, right? So 8 points, that's not reasonable. We want let's do 12 and see what it looks like, but I'm kind of using usually like 22 when streaming, right? But we add fonts nicely here. I can also see that this font for the registers is bigger. So how do I save the fonts? This is when I close this, or do we have to restart the program? Yeah, so yeah, Intel. Thank you. So closing this, it updated. So it's still tiny, but we can now change it easily. It was appearance, of course. I didn't read the tabs, I just clicked them. So let's try 18. I don't want to like make it too big so nothing fits either, you know. Is this 18? And also green on black, that's not the best color. I just think it's lovely to see stuff at all. So let's go 22. I said 22 before, right? It just felt so... Yeah, it doesn't really happen. Nothing happens. No change. So let's actually close it. And this is what I want, right? Or at least close to it. Reverse engineering, EDV. Newer version available. File open, and we can also attach. So I like this already. And as I hoped, it did update. Cool, right? So we can adjust. So will something pop up into this field there? And this one is tiny, and it's also underneath me there, right? But it looks like this, right? So this feels a bit big, right? And the data dump and stack sections 22 felt a bit big. So memory dump, we have stack view, memory dump, register view, and this didn't change at all really, right? It didn't change a lot. Default is assembly font. So let's leave it for this, and let's change these to like, let's try 20 and close. And now it hopped, so it can't really do it like live, right? Yeah, I'm thinking maybe we should go 20 for this one too. So the number of time I've opened it, it's less added to favorites, and it will hop up here. I should really move these, right? So I never look at Kali docs. I never use web browser. I never use file manager. I never use these links. I've never used it ever. I have this one down there, right? With docs, we can remove docs. What's bugs? So I've never used exploit database either, but now we can see everything, so I don't care anymore. So I've added these myself. These were defaults. So let's open something. The same file. Yeah. So what do you think? One step down on all three here. And this one we could. I'm kind of assuming that it realizes that it can't do the size I set and don't care, right? So the register view, let's say 16, and let's go down one step on the others. So, and it will look funny. Let's close it and open it. And they're much quicker now. It's still a new version available. Let's still open a file. Yeah, we can try this, right? So we have a lot of stuff here, you know. So if you really needed to see things here, we can like switch between them here. So yeah. So we have our environment variables there. So let's look at this. Look. This one goes here. So how long is this? So this is long. So if I were in like either GDB or R2, I would like want to see the functions, right? Or in either. So yeah, it says pause down in the corner. I was kind of curious. So we have a run here. So this is like a million times prettier version of that one we tried in the Windows machine. So I did click run. So what if we restart? It says paused, so we can step into, step over, run until return. Step into, step over. Okay, so these are like pause signal to application. So F7, F8 and F9. I like this. And Control F2 to restart it. I can hear the rain outside. You can do plugins. So I feel it was very well worth time to look through those, right? So I clicked one F8 by mistake. Let's step over and F7 step into. So we can like run it in slow motion here. Oh, I'm loving it here. So this is a call. So I stepped into it. So we see what had changed last is highlighted. We can see that here it put an RSI, this value. And let's actually look at that. So where would I see this the most easiest? So I'm just seeing here, it says return to. So it's like, where is it? There must be an up here, right? So we can focus on this if we want to. Oh, I'm in love. So here we just see a bit of data from. There's nothing really here, right? And on the side, we have this. So all of these here says 7 FFF, right? And it's 7F99 here. So I'm like, was so this is the place. Oh, this is interesting too. So what happened there? So here, scrolling here we have to the right, we had it, but further down we have, so here we have, I'm like, is this not what's on this? So scrolling through million lines here. So home Kali programming, PowerShell telemetry, opt out, user Kali. .NET telemetry opt out, SSH agent VID, XDG cache home. Oh well. So this is a bit confusing that these were far up, right? There. Is this like buggy or what is this? Is this address actually what was down there? So we'll have to look at this. It must be that way. 192 EDVF, right? Yeah, so EDVF would be somewhere here. So it is. So it's not like off, it was just another address and what's on it. So, but still this doesn't tell us much. Not that it has to. So if we restart this again, let's see here, we have, it still says paused here, which I guess it is because we're stepping, right? So what if we click pause when it's paused? Will it play? If we click play, so it runs very quickly. The debugged application exited normally with exit code, yeah, which is kinda okay. So we can restart it. So this application, it adds two values. It writes hello, and it's like a hello world with an extra function that just adds two numbers and prints the result. It's just me testing to make them into assembler instead of C. So it's mega simple thing. So it would be, let's open the hello one, so it just says hello. So if we open hello instead, right? And let's do step into, which was F8, I think. Was it F7? F7. So if we F7 here, we don't want the menu up. So F7. Oh, this is so nice. And instead of having to click and check what does the register look like now? What does that memory address I'm guessing I might be interested in look like now? Though we can't say look at this address, which is kind of bad. I may be able to if I know how to do it, though, of course. So what is XMM1? Possible jump from Area X. So what's this? I'm lost. You lost me. I have to Google this. That was too funny. LQDQ. So, it's not just me that's confused. Oh, so I put an A in here. No, I got something. Yeah, it's not like it's a lot of stuff. Ah! Here it says XMM2. I don't know what this is. Let's see. So what does this do? There must be more on the internet than this. Let's do ChatGPT again. I don't have one button for that. I should get one. So, oh no, there. Jeopardy. So, what is? Did I copy it? No. So. Instruction assembly to use the interleave is used to interleave a lower 64-bit quad words from two XMM registers. Here's a breakdown of the instruction. So, do we want to read this? Of course we do, right? Oh, destination! And one of the source registers. The other source, which can be an XMM register or a 128-bit memory location. The instruction takes the lower 64-bit quad word from each of the two operands and interleaves them into the destination. What's interleaves? The lower goes to the lower bit of the result. The lower bit from 2 or from memory goes to the upper. Okay, so it takes the two lowers and puts them in the full result. So, but why? I was just going to ask what it's used for. The instruction is commonly used for data shuffling, reordering, and interleaving operation, particularly single instruction, multiple data programming. Well, why would it be used in a hello world? I'm kinda sure it's not, though. So I'm kinda sure something is strange. Is unusual, as instruction is generally intended for specific data manipulation. Might generate instruction as an automation strategy. Well, we're not reading all of this. So I would like to always have it answer me in like 3 lines. Everything. And then I would have to tell it when not to do that, right? That would be nice. Because I never want those long ones, and I never... Sometimes I say answer in 2 lines and it does 4, right? That's the least it can do. I can't do 2 lines. And if you say 3 sentences, it does 4 sentences, right? So let's continue actually looking at the other ones. Alright, sorry. So the reason I have Callie's line is because I have VMwares up here. So since I have VMware's line up here, I have Kali's down here. And sometimes it messes up and I can't get to it now. But it's usually more messy with the VMware's one. So let's go back to reverse engineering and Ghidra. I know what it is. What is this? Oh, we can close that one. Well, let's close this one if we can see the X. So we have ugly font. Never a good sign. It's bright light. What kind of program is this? Select the process to debug. Install plugin. About JDEX. Dex to Java decompiler. Oh. Okay, so now we know a bit more about it. So this is specific to Java stuff. It's probably related to the other one, right? That was command line. That was Dex to Java. Java Snoop. Right, there was comments here. I missed it. Let's read these. So this one says Dex to Java decompiler. Intercept Java applications locally. Okay. A framework for MSF Nasm shell. Okay. Something Metasploit. As we see like in Explain Development Element Research. 32-bit assembler level analyzing debugger. 32-bit. Advanced command line hexadecimal editor. Disassembler and debug. Calling it a hexadecimal editor. That I would not have done. Can you add stuff even? I guess you can then. An existing pro or a new process. Again, nice graphics. Well, so I don't have any Java stuff I know about. And that's not really what we're doing right now anyway. So we found one thing. The rest were like command lines, tools, and Ghidra, of course. By the way, I haven't checked Ghidra like for options, for fonts and stuff. I guess I should do that. So it's opening our last thing, I guess. Is it? Did you remember it was minimized or what? So it's a hello to, you know, that we had up. Let's see. So this bright light thingy doesn't invite me to try and fix the graphics. So are there like settings for fonts here? I think we're in the wrong place. It's colors though. So anyone knows, you're welcome to help. So I didn't do configure last time. Misc. Yeah, so this is a program where you would Google. It is kinda readable, all of it though. I have to say that. It's kinda like a good font, even if it's ugly for reading. So Ghidra font size. Google. Increase font size on Ghidra. So support. Okay, so we have to go to a text file, I think. So what I don't like with that is that I would like my stuff to just work. If possible, everything I change is something I have to redo if I reset it. In Windows do this. It works in Linux too. V-marks. Decent. Seriously. Talk about like intuitive stuff, right? well, as long as we don't have big problems, maybe I'll just leave it. It's not that I don't like text files, I love text files. But when they're like, there's nothing on where they are even, we'll have to search them, but that's not a problem really. So I did actually on my laptop. I had to search for settings. So, what was the first comment here? Support launch properties. Font size override. This sounds very like nice, right? But it's not like in here. It's in the file too, I think. So I'm just checking that that's not an option here, right? Because we don't have a support menu. So I'm not into changing its option on in files right now. So let's just delete that for now. Close. So yeah, let's. You can bring new program into Git by selecting File, Import File. Woo! We didn't know that. I would like to have some more tips there, though. Yeah, I want this in my notes. So. And here is where I have it in my notes. So let's actually add a image of it. So I'm not taking all of this, I'm just taking a little bit. There. So nice and easy to read, right? And I know this is tiny. So this is how we got this. So, in case we would ever want to see what was around it. So let's see, do we have anything in this window that I want to keep? Because I'm like, I don't want a lot of windows when we continue to stuff. Yeah. So let's quit this one, exit, and this box should have closed long ago. We didn't use it, so yeah, terminated. So the stream is now almost 7 hours. So, and I'm a bit sick, so the speed is kind of slow here. So I'm thinking I'll open this again. So something to play with. Right, we were looking at this, GUIs. Then we found an alternative, EDB. So we'll have to test that. So let's actually do EDB. so it's not so everything. Graphics cross platform and debugger. So Linux is only supported right now, but they aim for more. And here's actually Kali's page that this is on. Right, we can attach to stuff. Man, for people who has watched this stream before, I'm not the biggest fan of man. I think it's something that was very useful before internet. But I use it sometimes. So commands should have a help in them that's tiny and to the point. That's what I think. So, and GUI programs should be able to change the font size easily in the GUI. So, nice. We kinda knew that, but yeah. I guess I could have looked at my history too, right? Should I close this one? Yeah, it's alright. So, if we ever feel like we need more, I don't think this will help much. I like the other one better. EDB. Also, that looked like you should have a giant screen to be able to see what the text was. I kinda like this size text, right? So you don't have a space for all those things. This is just I'm like, I don't know what size monitors I don't. I forgot. So we should have an IP now. I'm just closing the Googling for stuff there so we can get the IP. 38. Oh, my throat is killing me now. Yeah, I'll go get some tea. Better do yes in the password. Or we'll say bye-bye, right? So I got some milk first. I have more in the microwave. I think that's too hot to drink right now. So, first of all, did we do anything? So we just got into the directory. Right, we tested if these commands that contain this character actually worked, and they did. So this is the only test here that's made. Yeah. Yeah, and here we also see the bin sh in the string here. Right. Yeah, so we'll have to. And I remember this is 30 characters. Well, there's these 30 characters. So yeah, then I started testing making a file of that in here, and it didn't work very well because hex editor didn't exist. I should have just echoed it into the file. So now I have tea with honey and milk too. But both are very hot, so we'll see. Yeah, so I'm conscious that my hair is as warm as me. How could it be over 28 degrees here in its open window and it's 16.5 outside? So, bye bye tea bag. There, let's see now. So, let's cd into the. Okay, where am I typing? 3, if I remember right. And there we have the pretty red file. We're supposed to get a shell in this one. And read the secret, I'm assuming. So, let's just cut the C file. Right, I could just don't have to do it all. Typing as little as possible, right? Ramlar Linus! Sounded like my kid fell. He's like leaning his chair, you know? We'll see. Yeah. So I know that I'm like slow today, extremely slow. I'm like just enjoying time, enjoying doing this, drinking a bit of tea, eating a bit of pizza. Let's get the spoon into the tea too. So they're both intensely like boiling hot. I can't drink this yet. So I'll get some water. Hope they cool off. My god, this is that much already. It's almost 21. 7-hour stream so far. Oops. Well, let's actually do something now, right? So, looking at this code here, we see that I've already read this in the stream, but whatever, you know. Yes, gubben? I know. Vill du min nåt? Ska jag komma och hjälpa dig med nåt? Va? My kids. Vad sa du, gubben? Jag kommer inte att sluta den förrän jag har lagt ett sånt. Jag är jättetrött. I den stängda grejen, vet du. I ugnen. So. So it's a bright light in here, you know. So there. Right, so the argument goes to the copy arg function that copies it into this buffer with a str copy that does not check the length, and the buffer is only 140 character, or well, it's a lot. Really, right? And then it just prints the buffer. So it's a very simple program, and it's also not safe. So what was I going to do? We're going to start R2, right? So let's do R2D to debug this buffer overflow program. Permission denied. I'm curious. So AAA PDF. It didn't work last time because we have to say what function, and we want it to be at main, and this is kind of what we looked at, right? Or rather, I want to see the memory now. What is checking the registers and stuff. This is not the graphical stuff, and this is on an SSH, you know, so we can't do that. We could copy the file to ourselves and check it out. Maybe that would be fun. Yeah. So let's actually not for using now, or maybe we'll use it now. So where would it be a good place? This is track me after all. Yeah, so I thought so. Buffer overflow. This is a buffer overflows. And let's cd this. And of course it's empty. Do I have a scp command to get all the files? I don't think so. This is in part another reason why I'm making a copy program. Copy all files. So from a directory to a remote directory, so we want the opposite. R argument. Okay. There's an R argument. I should have just checked. SCP. Well, this goes right. I don't know if this helps either, right? SCP is a bad command. And I have to break my rule because SCP is bad. Alright, did I do SSH? Yeah, so the whole darn thing is bad. So recursively copy directories. Okie dokie. So R. I hear the rain, it's kind of nice. I'm checking if I had notes on SCP. I'll just do a search quickly. So you can watch if you want. So I do have SCP notes. So no, that's the GGFO bins. So no notes. Oh, I shouldn't have put it in there in my. So I'm thinking it fits in Linux, right? Because we use it in Linux. Let's make one here. So there's actually no help, meaning we really need. This is why I hate man. Because I just want to copy all the text here. Meaning we can't in an easy way do that. So Google is better. Anyway. So SCP man page. It's not like this is a horrible thing to do either, but and there was no copy, so let's copy it anyway. Man. Cause. Bad command. So. Curious why these characters are in there. Like just there on the end. So does it look the same here? No, it doesn't. So the biggest reason to use this make a copy, and make notes is to have some examples. There's no examples here. We also, of course, put the actual thing that it gives us, the horrible little thing. So I'm exiting that horrible thing. This is also why I don't like man. I can't scroll up to it, right? And look later. And that's what I always do. I'm just genuinely hating it. Genuinely. I want it to be there. We have a buffer nowadays. We don't have to reuse the screen in some kind of odd way. Well. So now. If it has an actual help and someone gives it to me, I'm happy. Otherwise, I will have to live with it. So. Yeah, so here's just an example of me using SCP. With an ID or a save file. I guess I have. And here's with a port. So most of the time I've used it to copy stuff. But here I copy stuff from a machine. Yeah, so I just wanted the image. I'm just wanting to have some examples on my page here, things I have used. So I'm going to get a few of them. It's always nice to have some examples for actual use cases, That was that one. So here was another one. Oh well, that was actually the same direction. So and here's the one with, no, was it the same? I'm like blind. That's a part one. So this is actually, this is from my Google Docs notes that I just started transferring here, and I'm going to sort them. So there, these, I'm happy that this exists, you know. To a new name. But both of the lines are the same. Well. So there. Did they have any other different ones? Okay. So now we are in the sexual file. I'll just check what my kids want. Ready, go Ben? I think actually no one knocked. I think it was just my kids, like really stomping in the stairs, and I couldn't hear the difference because I closed the door. So let's now make ourselves an example for the R option, right? So we're going to do SCP R, and where did I see that? It was just here. Here is it. So they did just so they are copying from local directory to target directory, right? So we can just use the dot here and use the IP here. So just why not do it? You know, I'm in the directory. Actually, if I do the SSH thing and change it to SCP, I get to write a few characters less. So R, and this is not the last IP, unfortunately. I should have done it in the same directory, but we're still connected. And 38. And oh no, wrong machine. So just confirm it's colon there, cause you know, why not? Right, we also need the actual directory. So it is overflow 3. In the home directory. So let's I don't think I've ever used this in the path. So let's do it. Overflow. Was it overflow? Yeah, I can see it up there. Overflow. No, we just want all of it. Right? We want all of it. So let me look at the example again. So they did not stop with the slash. So let's just do that and dot. So from that directory to this directory. And user1 password. Permission denied. Okay. No, I typed it correctly. Yeah, the secret text. We don't have permissions. So there's also a secret text in the forward one. But we can still look at stuff if we want to, you know? So just to test the program we just discovered, which is EDB. So can I type? Buffer overflows. And here we have them. So this is the one we want to look at. So this is what it looks like here. And then the same thing over here, right? So let's compare. So what we see here at the top, or rather where this is, move RDI-RSP. It's not here anywhere. Knock on the door. So, what's up, love? såg ingenting om jag kan göra det, Linus. Jag tycker det är jättemörkt. Så jag har precis byggt ett resultat. Ja.
You might want to put the stuff back, like the lights.
Jag gjorde det.
Not the big light.
Yes. Vad sa du? Ja, jag har haft 2 foods idag. Jag har haft 2 foods idag. Man måste inte ha särskilt nummer, då är jag ändå hungrig. Jag åt precis i nugget. Ja, jag måste sätta mig ner en stund nu. Du såg ju sist. Det är typ så mycket. Okej, om en stund gubben, okej? Snälla, okej. Okej, puss puss. Ingen like. So, one of my kids is afraid of mosquitoes and tiny flies, anything. So, let's see if I can drink this now because my throat is dying. That's perfect. Warm milk with honey. So I'm so sorry for leaving all the time. Alright, we can close this. Did I add it to my notes? Oh. So. I'm so sweaty too. Oh my god. It's warmer in here. I'll open the window a bit more. So it's like black outside now. So this is more finished. That was just a parenthesis. There. I feel like just when I sit down, someone knocks on the door. maybe I should stop for today, but it's not like I will do anything else then. So I don't feel up to anything really. Damn cold and whatever. So right, I was going for the commands. That's what I want. So we made this yesterday. Nice list of things to do. So let's hop over here. What happens if I do DS? So DC is continue execution. Right. OOD. And arguments. And can we use our Python ones? So right, I was trying to see here if I could even find it here. Because we know what instructions, what they look like, kinda, right? There. So we have a 55. We should be able to see a 55. It's like so much stuff. We're not just at a place like in the other one. I can't type. Yeah. So I need to be able to change the arguments. I can restart it, but I want to be able to say, give it arguments then. And this no analysis found. Does this mean I can do something more? You know, maybe I'll like find a video or something on this. Look at the hell. So, how pretty. So, I'm kinda... We have burps, I say. You know, proxy. So how did you get anything? Interesting. So, there. I'll be right back. So I feel like I will just run into my kids all the time. Infinitely. Right, so I won't read this now. And this will be there still, so. I'll actually close this. And we will do this instead. Here you can send arguments. So we did try some stuff here, right? Or was it another window? Not here. So now we can test stuff with it here too. So we're missing the important file here. But it's interesting to see the difference, right? How it behaves on this machine and on the lab machine, right? Checking in on the box on its machine. It's kind of funny timing. Honey in my throat, that's nice. So yeah, so let's see. I understand if I'm boring right now. But let's actually do something now. Before I do this, so yeah, I put the notes I made in. Yeah, but let's just put one of these, right? Whatever. Then we have other nicer ones here. So I should have opened a new tab. I just want a basic normal string. So do we need to do a now? Let's go to, I don't remember the commands yet. So we can do IM, we can do IS. Now IS is more interesting. Here we have the main, and we have copy arg. So I found these through using its built-in help, and it's not very logical. I mean, you can search stuff that I know. You can do question mark. Now let's not do it now because I have it saved and it will just be more to scroll through. So I'm sure I have one. List register contents. DR. So, and we started it with debugging, so we should be able to step through it. So if we do getting too tired. Oh, PDF. Yeah, right. I also checked how to read the memory. So we could, for example, do px at or bp minus, and my example was, well, this. And so well, that's interesting. YC. Anyway. So what if we do the DS? DR. So we can look here. Oh my goodness. So how did I make it do more? So we can look at all of these. RIP should be. So I didn't actually read it. Or rather, I might have just forgotten it. Remember this. Yeah, it's not here. It's so funny colored. Oh. I'm getting a bit tired now. So what's the function name? Oh, it's right there. Copy. Okay. Seriously, I think I should stop because my throat hurts so much. This doesn't really help. And I don't want to stream quiet. It's not what I like. I don't want to watch other people stream when they're quiet, so so we don't have any new. All right, I'm not here again. And this is the same as yesterday. I don't think it's updating. This was what I saw yesterday, and then Theo was not online. So he's not online now either. So I think it was Extremes broke.
I used to just make videos like that and break down each material.
So it's broken. We'll have to tell. Oh, we have. It's not just me online. We have Pavel. Yeah. So we know how to raid. That's good. It's slow. It's updating. So sorry for the old stream. And maybe I shouldn't stream when I'm sick, but you know, I was thinking I'll still be sitting by the computer studying. I might as well stream it, even if it's not as fun as usual, you know. When it's slower and, well, my kids always ask for stuff normal days too. So Pebble there. So raid, mini raid. I'm assuming. I think we're 2. There are 2. So thank you very much for being here in the phone. Boring. So and YouTube. I think there was someone there too. So thank you. I'm going to click the raid button and we'll see. I hope to be my throat is okay and the rest of me too on Monday. I usually don't stream weekends, so thank you.